Hi there, and welcome to my guide for completing Alien Isolation on Nightmare difficulty. This guide is completely glitchless, and I'll be showcasing strategies that are usually very safe and easily accessible, so you may also find it useful if you're going for the one-shot trophy or achievement. On the topic of achievements, I should mention that if you're watching this as an aid for the Survivor trophy, then you don't actually need to play it on Nightmare to unlock that trophy. It can still be unlocked on hard. However, these strategies should also work on that difficulty as well, so it will still be useful. I do highly recommend that you've played the game once already on a low difficulty than Nightmare. This is because having a feel for how the game works, and especially having an idea of how to navigate the environments, can make Nightmare a lot easier. Something that a lot of people overlook is the settings, but for Nightmare they can make a difference, so we'll go over the relevant ones. Under video, you can adjust your brightness where it says gamma. I recommend having it at the highest available setting, since it will give you more visibility, especially in dark areas. In audio settings, you might also want to turn the music volume down. I'll actually do that for this guide as well. But for you, it will be helpful for hearing certain cues such as footsteps and when the alien is in the vents. But again, that's up to you. It might be a more authentic experience for you if you're playing it with the music on, which is also completely fine. Similarly, I also recommend turning subtitles on as well, as they can help with certain audio cues. Fine, with all that said, let's get into the game. Alien Isolation, start game. On console, you can turn head tracking and noise detection on if you want, but that will obviously make Nightmare a more difficult experience. And Nightmare also gives you this warning as well. But if you can make it through this guide, then you definitely have the skills available to get through this trophy. And again, you can adjust your brightness here if you haven't done so already.
Final report of the commercial starship Nostromo. Third officer reporting. The other members of the crew: Kane, Lambert, Parker, Brett, Ash, and Captain Dallas are dead. Cargo and ship destroyed. I should reach the frontier in about 6 weeks. With a little luck, the network will pick me up. This is Ripley, last survivor of the Nostromo, signing off.
Ripley? I'm Samuels. I work for the company. It's about your mother. We think we may have found her, Amanda. A commercial vessel, the Anisadora, has recovered what we believe to be the flight recorder unit of the Nostromo.
Where?
Zeta Reticula.
What did it tell you?
We don't know. The unit was taken to Sevastopol station. It's proprietorial material, so the company wants it to be collected as soon as possible. Sevastopol's a supply depot in the region. It's a permanent free port facility.
I know what it is.
Transit's arranged. There's a courier ship called the Torrens heading out that way in 2 days. We're going to travel out.
We?
Me and another exec. And you, if you're willing. Look, Ripley, when this job came across my desk, I read the case history. I know why you're working in the region where she went missing. You're still looking, aren't you? I've been cleared to offer you a place on the Torrens if you want to come along. Maybe there'll be some closure for you.
Okay, and now we're actually starting off the game with mission 1. So our first objective is to sign in here. Then we're going to look to the left and see this box here. Going to loot that. The first few boxes you loot will have a few items each, but soon you'll notice that most boxes and dead bodies will be empty. So yeah, that one's completely empty. This one has something. It's kind of random. But welcome to Nightmare. You better get used to empty boxes because loot is a lot scarcer on this difficulty. Also, there's a save station here. You can save here if you want, but there's no real reason to since you can't die in this mission. Saves will become very important once we get to about mission 4, but until then they're mostly optional. So yeah, once you've gotten dressed, you can turn around, head back out, and we're going to trigger a few conversations on the ship. The first will be with Samuels, and then we're going towards Taylor. Samuels is just over here. He very rudely shut the door in our face, but that's okay.
Ah, Ripley.
Samuels, did you wake up early?
Well, I don't really need as much sleep as the rest of you. I was just inspecting the Torrens facilities. A well-maintained ship. I realize it's a very similar model to...
The Nostromo.
Yes, M-class. A later pattern, but close in spec.
I've worked engineering jobs on ships like this.
Of course. Is Taylor up yet? She's not a seasoned traveler. Hypersleep may have been punishing for her.
Haven't seen her. I'll go check on her.
Okay. And now we're going to go towards Taylor. So go back out of the room, turn right, go down this hallway, and then right again. And then take a left.
Taylor, good morning.
Ripley, it's certainly not good. I very much doubt it's morning either. Sorry. I feel like death. I don't know how you people put up with hypersleep regularly.
You get used to it.
I don't do long haul very often. Most legal execs don't travel further than the coffee machine.
I'm surprised Weyland-Yutani felt the need to send legal at all.
The loss of the Nostromo and its cargo cost the company a lot of money. It's important we find out what happened. If I can close the case with a conclusive accident report, it'll look great with my superiors. I'm sorry. That was insensitive. I realize your mother has been missing for 15 years and you...
It's okay. We'll both get what we want, right?
Have you seen Samuels? He's probably been up for hours.
Okay. Another announcement from Verlaine.
Personnel to the bridge, approaching Sevastopol Station.
Looks like we're up.
Right on key. We're going to grab this box as well. It'll probably be empty, but it's worth checking just since we're here. Samuels should be coming very soon. There he is. There's another terminal over here as well. I won't be collecting terminals unless they're part of the main objectives, but you can check some other guides if you want a 100% tutorial.
Hope you all had a restful journey.
The Torrens is in very good order for an old M-class captain.
She was a wreck when I bought her. Took a few years and a lot of contracts to refit. She pays for herself now.
You said we're approaching Sevastopol Station. Are we docking?
I believe your contact is Marshal Waits, is that right? I'll hail Sevastopol and arrange boarding with him.
Good. Let's get this done.
Don't worry, Miss Taylor. Routine. In and out. Connor, how we doing?
SMG loaded and calibrated. Approach vector locked.
Prep comm so I can say hello.
Channel open, Captain.
Does everyone have their briefing documents?
You can watch the approach on the monitors.
Okay, and now I'm going to collect our briefing document. And cutscene time.
Can we see it?
Switch to monitors. Sevastopol Station.
Is that damage?
It looks like damage.
Punch up 74, tight angle.
Looks like the dry dock bay is screwed.
I can't bring the Torrens into that.
This is a commercial vessel, Torrens out of St. Clair, registration number MSV7760, calling Sevastopol Traffic Control. We're carrying 3 passengers on a whale in...
Yutani Bond, you're holding the Nostromo flight recorder unit. We request immediate permission to transfer the passengers port side over.
This Waits, Colonial Marshal, Sevastopol Station. Serious situation.
Hello, Marshal? Marshal, this is the Torrens. Say again? The station's comms seem pretty screwed up, so I fitted Samuel's suit with a radio booster. I can only keep the Torrens in transit for 24 hours.
You'll have heard from us by then.
Safe trip.
Stand by. My contract doesn't cover bloody spacewalks. It's the only option, and it's perfectly safe if you do what I tell you. Depressurizing. Fuck. Hating this. Just shadow me, Taylor. You too, Samuels.
Affirmative.
Fuck happened here? My God, Ripley. You're doing good, Taylor. Just keep moving!
Taylor, Ripley, hold on!
Samuels! Taylor! Respond! Anybody! Okay.
Okay, and here we go with mission 2. And as I said before, knowing where to go will be really helpful. So if you played the game before, then that's already a win. So we're going to start off the mission, just waiting for this door to open, and then we're going to change out of this spacesuit. It's important to note that the game will autosave at the start of every mission. So this save point up here, you don't really need to use it if you don't want to. I'm just going to ignore it. There's also a potential loot spot over here, so it's worth checking there. And also there's no enemies nearby, so we are free to run and make as much noise as we want. And it's completely safe because there's nothing to cause any issues at the moment. Coming up, we'll be taking a fall in a scripted sequence. Currently our health is at 100%, but the fall does damage to you. It does 28% exactly, so it will leave us with 72% damage. So this is the sequence. Normally on other difficulties you'll be able to see your health as part of the HUD on the bottom left, but as you can see on Nightmare there's no HUD, so you kind of have to keep track of your health mentally. So this is the first flare that we're going to get. Flares are really useful for certain strategies, but we'll get to that when we get to those areas. We're also going to run over here and see what's inside a box. Normally I wouldn't really loot this box, but on Nightmare it's worth checking because it can actually have stuff. So it's got a chargeback, better than nothing, but yeah. Sometimes it has items that you'd be surprised by, like a lot of loot, but it's fine. Okay, I'm gonna head back this way. So yeah, there's a potential loot spot here. This is actually kind of rare that there'll be an item there, but yeah, sometimes it will have an item, so it's worth checking there as well. And then up here on the left, normally there's an item here, but this time there isn't.
Hello? Anyone
But definitely check over there as well. Going to come up here, and we're going to activate this generator. You also saw the text that just popped up about map updates. Well, on Nightmare, surprise, surprise, there's no map, so map updates aren't really the most useful thing. In fact, they're completely pointless, as you'd imagine. So it's not really worth getting them. So here we can see that there's a code, 0340. We're just going to make a mental note of that, and we're going to activate the utility. That will unlock this door, but instead of going down there, we're going to head back down the stairs and go into this room. So the code that we just picked up was going to be useful. So 0, 3, 4, and 0. So here we're going to find our first blueprint. So this is the medkit version 1. If you don't get it here, it will show up further on, like very close by. There's also a potential loot spot here as well. So there can be loot there, or it can be over here. Actually, I think there's a few loot spots in this room, but yeah, there's usually something in here, so it's probably worth getting this this loot room as well. But yeah, we will just continue onwards. So go back up these stairs. Now this door is unlocked. This wire over here, this will do damage to you, so you want to crouch under it. Do not uncrouch until you get to about like here. If you do take damage from that, it's about 21%. So just as another like thing to keep in mind, just don't hit the wire. There's also a loot spot over here, and here's where you would get the medkit blueprint if you didn't get it back there. So yeah, just keep that in mind. You definitely don't want to miss the medkit blueprint. That's that would be a big oof. But you can get medkits later, and they'll give you the blueprint by default if you pick up a medkit. Anyway, we're going to come up these stairs. The Torrens is going to fly by, and we're going to be stuck in this walking animation.
The Torrens.
But yeah, once this little sequence is over, you can still move in this sequence, but yeah, once this is over, you'll be able to run again. And again, there's no enemies, so it's completely safe. Here, there's another guaranteed flare. So I guess I should talk about how the loot mechanics work in this game. So there are like basically 3 types of loot spots, as it were. So the first is the guaranteed items. So like that, the first flare that we picked up and the flare here, those are guaranteed and will spawn no matter what happens. There's no randomness involved. We're gonna go in this room, and this loot spot here. Okay, so yeah, so there is a loot spot like just about here. This is the second type of loot spot. So this is where there'll be a random item, and it's RNG whether it spawns or not, and what actually spawns here is random. So you can get varying things across different playthroughs. But yeah, this playthrough there's nothing there. And then there's certain spots where there's guaranteed loot, but whatever is there is random. But there will be something there regardless. And then I guess after we've come into this vent, we're gonna pop out here. And you see, so this box isn't lootable, but other boxes like that, like we saw in Mission 1, they'll have random loot as well. So I'm gonna come over here, activate that to get it out of the way. Come over here. Go into this, and then there's gonna be a little jump scare coming up here. That's Axel, who will we'll meet very soon. We're gonna come over here to the right of this area. Oh, also, if you have the flare like equipped, make sure you you don't activate it, otherwise you'll waste the flare. So just be a bit mindful of that. Okay, go back the way we came. So you do need to activate that generator. Another jump scare over here. Just gonna run over these dead bodies. Just don't mind me. Come upstairs. You can save here as well if you want to. There's no real reason to at the moment, but we do come back to this area in a later mission, and then there'll be a good reason to save. But for now, we don't really need to save. So yeah, come through this vent, up the ladder. Just follow the trail of cranberry juice, and you can pick up the maintenance jack here.
Oh, look. I think I need this more than you do.
And there's an ID tag and audio log here as well. But of course those are optional. So now that we have the maintenance track, we can access a few areas, and we'll just look for some loot before we continue on with main story stuff. So we're going to go back this way, and then we can open this door up. So there's a potential loot spot here. So we're going to grab the scrap. Going to go back down and across. So remember the generator was on the right, and here there's this door that we can now open up. And there's a loot spot here. So there's an SUJ, which is also useful. So just grab that, and then we'll be on our way. And once you hit this prompt here, there will be a cutscene.
Stay still.
Okay. Okay.
Now turn around. Come on!
I'm Ripley.
Where'd you come from? Ripley?
Off station. A ship.
There's no ships here!
There are now.
Well, that's good news, because things are not so good here. Something blew just now, rocked this whole place.
I saw it.
But lady, that's the least of our problems.
Yeah?
Yeah. Something's on this station. Something you wouldn't believe.
Like what?
A killer. You get it?
Okay. Okay. What's your name?
Axel.
I was boarding with 2 colleagues. EVA. We got separated by the blast. Can you help me find them?
Why?
Because you seem to know your way around.
No, I mean, why? What's in it for me?
A place on the ship.
How do I know I can trust you?
I need to find comms. I need to contact my ship.
This is your lucky day.
Let's go, sweetheart. Seeks and Comms is in the Systex Spire. It's quite a distance, but we can get to a transit through the freight area.
Okay, now we've met Axel. So we're going to continue by opening this brace door. And we'll just follow along with him.
Back there?
Had to keep my distance. Can't take any chances. Stick close to me.
What?
Hey, don't move.
Okay. We're not looking for trouble. Who are you?
I'm John. This is Ringo.
They're just some assholes. We haven't got time for this. Come on, Jana.
We're trying to get to comms. Can you help us?
We don't need their help.
Don't tell them anything. Look, I've got the elevator working. Jana, let's go, okay?
I'm sorry. Good luck.
What the hell was that about? Why are you so damn aggressive?
Everyone's running shit scared, keeping to their own. Safer that way. I hope this ship of yours is the real McCoy. Hold up. Let me get the elevator.
So yeah, there's a save point back there. You can also save there if you want.
Allow me. Place is old. Needs a special touch.
But again, no real need at the moment. So enter the elevator, and then Axel will prompt you to activate the button.
Hit the button. Keep the noise down here. There might be people around.
I'd appreciate it if you told me what the hell was going on. Right now.
Listen, darling. When we get to the ship, we can kick back, braid each other's hair, and chat all you want.
Yeah, when we get to my ship. I need to know what's going on. Right fucking now.
Fine. Like I said, there's a killer.
A killer? What does that even mean?
I ain't seen it, but it's here. Picking us off one by one.
What are you saying? A psycho? A person?
No, something else. A monster.
Okay, so there's a potential loot spot here. It's kind of rare to actually get loot there. So this is a bit of a interesting seed for looting. So yeah, once you get to about here, just crouch and wait in this corner.
This is bullshit, man. You should be looking for a way off.
Those guys can't actually see you, but if you make noise by running around, then they will hear the noise.
What if they come for us? Then we shoot the crap out of them. Now shut up. You're making me nervous.
So yeah, just don't move around too much, and you'll be fine here.
Trouble. We'll have to go round them. Follow me.
So yeah, more climbing into vents. There's a lot of that in this mission.
Friends of yours?
I've had run-ins with those guys before. They don't like strangers, even nice guys like me.
I'm shocked.
I ain't pulling your chain, darling. You want to go and say hello? It's your funeral. Those guns aren't for show.
Someone should be doing something.
They are. It's called surviving. Everyone's turning on each other. The fear, it makes people crazy.
I've noticed.
Okay, there's another potential loot spot here.
Here?
That's usually kind of rare though.
What can I say? My butler's on holiday. Grab what you need. You don't know when you'll get another chance.
More commonly, you'll find a spot
Been hunkered down
here,
here for a
so
week now, waiting for
back
a
here for
ship.
loot.
Waiting for you, I guess. It can get pretty dark around here. You should take that flashlight over
So
there.
yeah, save point here.
Make sure you're stocked up on batteries.
There'll be a save point coming up, so it's not really necessary to save here in his hideout.
Just be
But
careful
again,
not
you
to
can if
flash
you want.
around. You don't want to get caught.
And again, flashlight
Let's go.
batteries also here. So with the flashlight, you want to be careful not to shine it around when there's enemies nearby, because they will see the light from it. So once you exit this vent, there's more batteries around here.
I'll watch the vent. There's another vent round here somewhere. I marked it so I wouldn't forget it.
Once you go into the room on the left, there's more batteries here, and then you want to go to this this vent over here.
Axel, is this it?
Hold on. I'm coming.
And then once you get close enough to it, you can just close the flashlight, and you get some light from the spots.
I knew it was here somewhere. See? Got it covered.
Just wait around here for Axel to open it.
It's not smart to stay here too long.
Is the way everyone travels around here?
Just those that want to stay alive, sweetheart. Torrance, so that's your ship, huh? Quiet. I hear something.
Yep, I hear you. Will do. Gotta go meet the others. Something's going down.
There's always something going down.
Come on. We don't want to piss him off.
Feels like we're standing around waiting to die.
Follow me.
So those are the first hostile humans that can kill you. So this area can be dangerous, which is why we're going to save here.
Okay, gotta be quiet here. Don't shine that flashlight.
Once you get to this door, you want to crouch. We're going to go around to the right. So by crouch walking here, we're making less noise and we're also less visible since we're being hidden by this cover here.
Shoot anyone you don't know. Stick around while I check our stock.
So just come all the way around to the right here. Through this opening. Make sure you don't run. You want to turn off this generator. And then immediately look down to the right. And then open this vent. You want to climb in here. This is your escape route. Don't open this vent yet. Just stay looking at the prompt. Okay, once you hear that dialogue, you can open it, climb out. and then go around this way. And then once you get over here, you can start walking, and Axel will run towards us. So there can be loot here as well. So check that barrel. And another safety save here you can do. And then from about here you can start running if you want. Another potential loot spot there.
Sevastopol not quite what you're expecting, eh? It's powered down. The assholes have cut us off. Got it. We need to activate both consoles at the same time to open it. I'll do this one. You go to the one on the other side.
Okay.
Okay, so
ready.
You want to hit the 2-man switch?
1, 2, 3.
Axel, behind you.
What?
So yeah, you want to run here.
Fuck you! Get here now! I've got the thieving son of a bitch!
Fuck. Let's go. The others are on their way. We need to go! Now!
Hey, you bastards!
Move it!
Shoot him!
So just follow Axel here, and he'll lead you to another cutscene.
Come on!
You killed that guy!
Because he was going to kill me, you saved my life. This is about survival. Do you understand? You hear something? I hear something.
Axel?
What have I got on me?
Right, so Axel just got turned into some cranberry juice. So you'd expect the alien to be around since he just took care of Axel, but you can actually run at this point. So once you hit this button, that's when the alien becomes active. So from this point onwards, do not run. So we're just going to crouch, just hide behind here. The alien shouldn't drop as long as we just stay here without making much noise. And if you have the music on, this is where it gets a little bit crazy. It gets quite dramatic. So yeah, it's another reason why I've turned it off, because we can talk about movement mechanics. So as I was saying before, crouch walking makes less noise than regular walking and sprinting. It will also keep you more well hidden because you're a lower you've got a lower character model. Regular walking, it does make some noise, so you will make some footsteps, but it's not enough to really get the alien down from the vents. And if the alien is patrolling, or other enemies are as well, then as long as they're not too far away, well, not too close rather, they won't hear that. But running is loud, so yeah, that's movement mechanics in a nutshell. Okay, on to mission 3. So this is the first mission where we'll actually see the alien, but he won't be patrolling around until the very end of the mission, so again we can just run around everywhere. We're going to start off by going to the right through this doorway. You might have noticed the doorway to our right, to the right of this one, was locked, but we're going to be able to unlock it from the other side. So go completely kind of like 180 all the way around. We're going to loot this guy's dead body, so he'll always have one medkit on him. The rest of the items are random basically, but the medkit is guaranteed. So I'm just going to grab everything off him, and then we're going to get rid of this brace. Okay, and remember that the game does autosave at the start of every mission, but after getting hit that medkit, we'll just take another save to save. There are certain instances where the game will save even within a mission, but that will be one of the later missions. It's not this mission where it starts doing that. So there'll be a human over here. What we want to do is we want to avoid getting shot by her. So we're just going to run. Just going to book it. Do not hesitate. Do not stop. Once you get here, crouch. And those two shots, they'll definitely miss if you stay over here, behind this cover. If you stay like around there, then you can get shot by them. So a common mistake that people make is that they go and grab the access tuner over there by getting close to the elevator, and then they go and save. Do not do that. I repeat, do not do that. Once you go over there and pick up the access tuner, the enemies will spawn like around there, and then they'll come into the area, and then dealing with them is a major hassle. So what we're going to do, we're going to loot the whole area first, then we're going to save. So grab these two boxes, you can grab those items there as well. Remember, do not go over there. We're going to go into this vent. Once we go up the stairs, go down, and there'll be two boxes here that we can loot. They might be empty, but it's still worth checking. Okay, that had a revolver bullet. And that one's empty, that's fine. Climb back up. So over here, there's a spot with this guaranteed loot, which is over here. Oh wait, it's not guaranteed, sorry. It's almost guaranteed, but I've got a bit of a messed up seed with the looting RNG. So there's no item here, but usually there will be an item on that desk. That's the last item that you can really loot. Actually, there might be one here. It's worth checking, but yeah, there's nothing here, so that's fine. We're gonna go back down. Again, we're not gonna pick up that tuner yet. We're gonna save first, and then we're gonna go and pick it up. And once you have picked it up, do not go back here and save. We're going to do a very, well, it's not very specific, but it is kind of specific in terms of movement, the strategy that we're going to do after we pick up the tuner. But yeah, one step at a time. Let's save. And now we're going to go back up. This isn't the most efficient way to go through the area, but it is probably the safest that I've found, at least. So now we're just going to run over here, and we're going to grab the access tuner.
She was trying to hack the elevator's security. Circuits are fried, easy fix.
Okay, so immediately, once you can control Amanda again, turn to the left, and then go up these stairs, and then left at the top of the stairs again. There'll be the spot that you can loot there. Once you get over here, stop sprinting. So you want to be walking here, and then from here, you want to crouch walk.
This way. She was downstairs.
Go down these stairs. That human will stay looking away from us. Go behind these boxes, and then we can use the peek function. Once he starts going like in that direction, we can just keep crouch walking this way. So he'll be turned away from us again. So from here we can start walking, and then once the door closes, we can start running again.
I think she went downstairs. Come on.
And the humans won't come down here. So once you hear the alien can kill you. It is very rare that it happens, but it can kill you here, so I'm just going to start walking. Yeah, once it's gone, from here you can start running again. Okay, grab the revolver and then the key card. You can save here as well if you want, but this area is very safe right now. Even if you run, the alien won't come down. So I'm going to use the key card on this door. I'm going to go down here. There'll be some spots we can loot here, so there's a potential item on this desk. And then we're going to grab this box. It's empty, but that's fine. There are other loot spots as well, but we'll get those on the way out.
The flight recorder. What? What? No! God damn it! Okay. Stay focused.
Okay, so immediately turn right, and we're gonna move 3 of these shelves. That's the first one, second one, and last one's here, and then we'll be able to get the upgrade to get the V1 hack tuner. Okay, so now we can actually hack through doors. So
let's try this thing out.
Yeah, if you play this game, then you know how the hacking mechanics work. So I won't really explain those. Okay, and we're gonna go to the right here. So there's another door that we can use the hack tool on. There's an ID tag and an audio log, but there's also this box here. This is the main thing I want to check. It's empty, but that's fine. Worth checking anyway. If we go off to the right here, then there's the flashbang V1 blueprint, and we can also loot this guy as well. And there's a potential loot spot, like over here. Okay, and now once we go back, you can loot that box and get the smoke bomb blueprint. And now we're gonna head back out to the left, take a right, and then once you get down these stairs, that way is locked, so we need to use the hack tuner on this door off to the right here. If you go around here, there'll be a box here that you can loot. Another box here. As you can see, most of these are empty, so it's still worth looking. Yeah, we'll activate this cutscene first. Okay, so that's our first encounter with the alien, where we actually see it in person. Here's actually a good point to check our loot situation. So if you have like let's say three sensors, at this point it might be a good idea to put one into a flashbang or the smoke bomb. And I should also mention that the way the crafting system works, you can put one component into a craftable item without needing to craft the whole thing. So I could commit this ethanol by itself and then just back out of crafting the item, and this will be useful for like clearing up our inventory so that we can pick up more items. But yeah, for now I think we'll leave everything where it is. So now, again, the alien just popped by, but he hasn't stuck around. I mean, well, you can't hear him in the vents, but even though you can hear him, he's not really gonna cause us any trouble at the moment because he can't drop in this area. So now we're actually going to take a safety save. So we're going to head back to here, save, and then we're going to go back up the stairs again. And you can run through this whole part, it's not a problem to run. Well, you can walk if you want, but it's not any more dangerous to run. And then we're going to use the tuner on this door. Okay, once that opens, don't run anymore. So here you want to walk. And then crouch over here. You can see the alien taking care of these humans. So there are 3 humans here. That's the second one it's killed, and then the third one's right there. So he is scripted to kill these humans. And then once he's killed the third one, he'll do one of 3 things. He'll either go up those stairs, the stairs like over here, or he'll go next to the elevator door. And then he'll immediately go into the vents. So at this point, he is active, so if you do make noise, he will drop and he's not going to be happy with you. So we want to just walk to the elevator and then use the access tuner. Just be very sneaky and then activate the button, and that's mission 3 done. So now on to mission 4. I'm going to start by going down these stairs to the right, and then we're going to check this box for any loot. Okay. In this area, well, this whole mission, there'll be a lot of working Joes. So these guys, these robots, you'll see that at the moment they're friendly, but they'll become hostile at a certain point. And the difference between friendly and hostile Joes is their eyes. So with the friendly Joes, you see they have white eyes.
Comms control. It's urgent.
That is a restricted area.
So hostile Joes will have red eyes, but if they have white eyes, then they're friendly. Here we're gonna go down this hallway into this room, check that box, and then grab the motion tracker.
Some kind of tracker. It's been modified.
This is one of the most useful items in the game. So you'll see that you can see motion, obviously.
No problem.
You can also see that it looks a bit glitchy. This is what it looks like when it's in vents normally, in other difficulties, but it's like this permanently on Nightmare. But it does still work. Activate the door override of that terminal. Another thing about the motion tracker is that it has a bar on the edge, so it's the bar that will move it along the edge if you do a 360. So that bar will show you your objective, and given that we don't have a map, it's actually really useful to have that bar. So save at the top of these stairs. And in the vast majority of cases, that bar will be accurate. It's only like a handful of cases, and I'll point them out when you don't want to follow that. So at the top of the stairs, go through the door, and then we're gonna open this brace door. There'll be a blueprint for the noisemaker. We go to the right on this table, and to the left of this table, over here, there's an item spot, and here there's a flare, which is very useful. But there could be other stuff, I think. That spot. We're gonna go back out through here. And here, these conveyor belts will have some stuff. So this will always have a charge pack, and that's guaranteed. And this box will be random in what it has. So here it's empty. This is a good time to also check what items you have. So we can see that we're maxed on charge packs. So it's a good idea to just commit one to this noisemaker. And you only need to commit items that that you're maxed on to free up inventory space to get more items. So I'm not going to make this noisemaker yet, but we're just going to commit that charge back. Fine. And then we're going to go to this door, and then we're going to hack through it. That's the different type of like pattern compared to the usual one that you use most of the time. So it's a bit of a different minigame. And you might want to use your flashlight here because it's a bit dark in this vent.
Let me pass.
But now it's cutscene time.
Don't you recognize me? Listen to me. We've got to re-establish long-range communications.
You're becoming hysterical.
Get back! I'm warning you!
Tut, tut. Let's resolve this amicably.
Oh my god.
Good day.
Okay, so after that lovely conversation between Hughes and the Joe, gonna go out through this vent, and there'll be a camera scanning us like from the right. You don't want to go into the scan range of the camera, otherwise it will trigger, and that'll cause some noise and some Joes will come over here, and you want to avoid that. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna go through this doorway, and then access this rewire. You notice I haven't used rewires yet because they haven't been too useful, but here we're gonna disable the camera feed, and that will turn off that camera essentially. So that camera is completely shut off. We're just going to do a bit of looting before we leave. So there's a potential loot spot there. It's a sensor, which is nice. We're also going to grab that box, which is empty, but that's okay. And if you crouch walk, then these Joes shouldn't notice you, so it should be fine to go. From here you can just regular walk. So we're going to call this elevator and wait for it to come up. Once we go down the elevator, we're going to save, and then the game wants us to go upstairs from the save point.
Come on.
But the objectives that the game wants us to do there, they're kind of optional, so like you don't really need to do them. Instead, we're going to go to a cutscene trigger, which will be a lot safer and a lot easier to deal with, because the Joes will be in predictable positions, and we're just going to avoid the Joes completely until the very end of this little section. So yeah, save here. And then turn right. And then from here we can start running. You might want to leave it a little bit later to run, but that's okay. So you want to turn to the right, go through here. And don't worry if the Joes notice you. They'll definitely notice you since you're running, but we're just going to outpace them. Come down here to the left. And so what normally happens is there'll be a working Joe that comes to this console and shuts it down. But we're going to get to this console before the Joe does. So we can actually trigger the cutscene before the Joe even shuts it down.
Samuels! You're alive! It's Ripley!
Ripley! Taylor, it's Ripley. We were getting worried.
I made it! Where are you?
We're at a transit station now. It's right by medical.
Okay. Samuels, listen to me. It's not safe here. Seegson's got this place locked tight. Their goddamn androids are killing people!
That's impossible. It's contrary to primary synthetic programming.
I've seen it, Samuels. I guess Seegson's got a different idea about synthetics. And there's something else here. A creature. It's big and it's lethal.
Ripley, slow down. A creature?
It's a life form. An unknown type. Some kind of alien organism. It's extremely dangerous. You and Taylor need to make...
Taylor is hurt. She was injured by debris during the crossing.
How bad?
I can't move her. I need medical supplies. We need to treat and pack the injury.
And the Torrens?
The radio is broken. I can't contact Verlaine. We're on our own.
Shit. Okay. I'll come to you. Keep your eyes open.
I'll send a transit car to you.
Okay, fine. So now we're gonna run back the way we came. To the left and then through this door. So we're gonna have to deal with a Joe at the end of this area. So we don't have enough, well, we have enough resources to kill it, but we don't want to go around killing every enemy you encounter because that would just be wasteful. So what we're going to do is a speedrun strategy actually. It's called a stun past. So the way it works is that working Joes, when they get close enough to you, they're going to start a grab animation. We're going to use the revolver and we're going to shoot him while he's in the grab animation. So here, he goes to grab us, we just shoot him, and then we just run past. And then get to the elevator. So don't wait around and don't go to save again. I'm just gonna go. So it's worth getting like familiar with stunning past enemies. Well, stunning past just Joes specifically, because it's something we'll be doing a lot in some of the later missions. And it's a lot more efficient than trying to actually kill enemies. Especially on Nightmare, it's so much easier to just stun past enemies than to kill them. So here at the top of the stairs, we're going to save. So the good news is now we have that save so that we can reload to, but the bad news is that the alien's caught up with us and he's now in this area. So once you get here, don't run anymore. But he won't actually drop. The only thing we need to worry about on the ground are the Joes. But the alien is in the vents and he can grab you from vents. So he's in that vent right now. You can see him drooling, so that's the sign. What we're going to do, we're going to be very careful. Going to go down here. You want to hug like that wall. And then we're going to go around this Joe. He'll be facing that way. We're going to go over here, up these stairs. Don't worry, he won't see you. You just follow this path that I'm going. Another Joe over here, but he also won't see you. He might say something, and that's why the subtitles are useful. He might say like, so yeah, he just said that, but if you keep going this way, then you'll be fine. So yeah, he just ignores you. He just says there's more pressing matters, so he's lost us completely. You can also loot this box while we're here. And there's an ID tag here as well, but I'm just gonna ignore that. And then go straight here. There's another Joe here as well, but he's facing the other way, so we don't need to worry about him. Just stay crouch walking. The alien doesn't come under this vent, so you can just go through here. And then once you get around here, you can just normal walk. And you're good to go. So I should warn you, in the next area the alien can drop and he can patrol around. So he isn't confined to the vents like he is in the area we were just at. So we do need to be careful about that. But the good news is we actually can still just walk around normally. So as long as we're not sprinting, he won't hear us and he won't drop down. There's also another mechanic that I want to explain here. So this guy, he is a floor Joe. So if you look away from him and you start moving away, like say I was to look there and I start moving in that direction, he's going to grab us. But you can actually avoid getting grabbed by floor Joes. If you look at them while you're moving away, then you get out of their range. And like, I'm here now, he's not going to grab me from here. I can just keep going. But if I was closer to him, then there's a chance he could grab us if we look away and then start moving. We're also going to grab an item here. There's usually an item on this box as well. So yeah, just keep walking. No need to run it all. The alien's around, but that's okay. He's not going to drop. So just going to go back to the tram area. You can also save here. It's not really necessary, but this doesn't hurt to save. So we'll just do a quick save here. This is the very end of mission 4, so we're going to go straight into mission 5 once we get into this tram, which is like the first one on the right as you go down the stairs. The one to Symed. So that's the whole of mission 4. It can be scary, but it's fairly straightforward with these strategies. Okay, mission 5. This is one of the most notorious missions and potentially one of the most difficult in the game because it's when the alien starts to actually hunt you. Starting off the mission, we can save, but there's no real point because the game just auto-saves. I'm gonna just check here for loot, which there is, the scrap.
How is she?
Yeah, so Taylor's not doing too good, but we're just gonna
I'll go and investigate.
go investigate. That's the plan. So I got up to the right of these stairs. There's a box here as well. It's empty, but that's fine. There's a loot spot here potentially. So yeah, like I said, a lot of people do find this very difficult, and for good reason. Because it can be very frustrating to die to the alien again and again. And it is very relentless, especially on Nightmare. But we have ways of dealing with it. So yeah, let's talk a bit about the alien and how it operates. So if you have played the game before, you know that it patrols around to search for you. And it will sometimes drop in response to like stimuli like sound, such as gunfire or sprinting. What's actually going on in the background is that there's two AI systems, and these work together to govern its behavior. So there's the director AI and the actual alien AI. So immediately go to the left. Flashlight batteries here, it's always here, and then through this vent here. So yeah, the director AI and the alien AI. So how they work is that the director AI gives the alien clues as to where you are, like the general position of where you are. And then it's up to the alien itself to determine how to investigate for you. And there's like certain behaviors that it will do, like searching under tables and in lockers. But those are like blocked off at the start of the game, so they won't be active right now. Well, they might be on Nightmare, but they only get triggered like the more you do them, and like later on in the game they get unlocked by default. But at this stage, the alien will just like look around just by walking around, and it won't really check too much like under tables and stuff. Though on Nightmare it can do that. There's a good video that I'll link in the description that will link to the AI systems. It goes really into depth, so it's definitely worth watching. I'm just gonna save here as well while I continue to talk about the AI. So when you enter a new area, the longer you spend there, the higher the chance there'll be of the alien dropping by itself. So what we're going to do, we're going to actually stay ahead of the alien. I'll continue this after the dialogue here.
I need to find a doctor.
I'm a doctor.
My friend needs help. Medical supplies.
Me too. There are no supplies on this level. But there are plenty downstairs in the hospital dispensary.
How do we get there?
We? Do I look like I'm in any fit state? I need your help, and you need mine. You find the passcode for the service elevator, and then I'll come down to the hospital with you, okay?
Passcode?
Yeah. I can direct you from here. Morley or Lingard would have had the new passcode. Morley's office is your best bet.
Okay, so yeah, as I was saying, by staying ahead of the alien, effectively what we're going to do is we're going to stop it from dropping in the area that we're in.
Let's work together, huh?
This whole area here in medical, first we're going to loot, and then we're going to save, and then we're going to trigger the alien. So first, let's look in some loot spots, and we can run around here as well because the alien is not active. So this flare doesn't always spawn, but it can be here. It's nice that it spawned here, but it's not guaranteed. I think that's the only loot spot here. We're also going to check this body. Probably empty, but that's fine. There's nothing in these side rooms here. There's another dead body here, along with an ID tag. And there's a blasting cap, which is also really useful. I think we'll also full on blasting caps now. So what I'm going to do, I'm not going to commit that yet, because we're going to pick up the pipe bomb blueprint. And pipe bombs, they use blasting caps, so we'll commit we'll commit blasting caps to pipe bombs. So yeah, so we're gonna open this door, but we're not gonna activate the terminal. We're just gonna check for a loot spot, and then we're gonna go and save. So look on the table, there might be loot here, so there's scrap, that's good. Okay, now we're going to go back. Don't activate the terminal yet, very important. So yeah, you can run here, and there'll be a save spot right here. Okay, saving now after doing all the looting will mean that if you do die in the next area, well, in the next section, essentially, you don't have to do all the looting again. It's all been done now. So now we're going to go back to Morty's office. We're going to get the passcode, and then that will trigger the alien to come into this area. Like I said, we're going to stay ahead of the alien. So we want to go to the shared file, and then the first thing. So you can see the passcode is 1702. If you're on PC and you have a numpad, you can just input that through the numpad, just to make it a bit easier. So yeah, once we go up these stairs, the alien will drop down, and he'll be in a scripted animation. While he's in that animation, he won't notice you. So we're just gonna run past him to the left, and then continue onto the next area. There's also some like side objectives, well not side objectives, but like there are some objectives that the game wants us to complete in that area before we go to the area after that, but we're just going to ignore those objectives as well. This is all, I'm explaining this really fast now because when we do it, it will go by very quickly, so just so you have an idea of what's to come. We're essentially just going to go straight to the key card in like the last area, and then we're going to use the key card to come back to one of the areas we're already at. But yeah, so now we're just going to run past the alien. And don't worry, it's completely safe. It looks sketchy, but it does work. So yeah, you have to be quick about this, and it might take a few tries, especially if you fumble on inputting the passcode. Like inputting the passcode is probably the hardest part of this, but just stay calm and you'll be fine. Also, once the alien starts dropping down, the camera will move to the right automatically. So you want to just hold the camera to the left, just to mitigate that. Or alternatively, you can aim, and that will get rid of the camera lock. So I think I'll just aim, because that's what I normally do. Aim, go left, and just run to this door. 1702. It's fine. Just keep running. Don't go through that door in front of us, otherwise you'll trigger the side objectives. You want to go to the left. Just follow this all the way around, and then to the right. Then take another right, and then it will be our first door on the left. So room A29. This body here on the floor, you want to loot that. It has the key card. And then after that, we want to just walk. Make sure you pick up this pipe bomb blueprint as well on this bed to the left. You can technically run for a bit longer after you pick up the key card, but I'm just going to play it safe and not produce much sound. But yeah, just normal walking. So yeah, use the key card on that door, the door opposite A27. Is it A27? I think it's A26 actually. Regardless, if you like just follow along with what I'm doing, then you'll see which door it is. And then you can save here. I'll just save, but you don't have to save here, because you should be safe at this point. So now we've returned to Coolman.
Damn you, Coleman! You knew that thing was here!
What we're going to do now, because this is all dead time, we're just going to go through this vent.
Okay, now let's get down to the dispensary.
We're going to go through this vent and then do some more looting, because we're just waiting around at this point for Coolman. So next to the ID tag, there can be an item there. We're also going to loot the box. and then just follow this around. Pull the lever. And Coleman's here. Once you get close to him, he'll do a twitch, and then once he like starts moving his arm, then you can just run all the way down here. Use the key card, and then hit the elevator button, and that's mission 5 done. Okay, time for mission 6. So we're going to start off by walking forward, grabbing this box, and then go into the middle room here. We're going to essentially walk through most of the mission by staying mobile and efficient with completing objectives. We're going to avoid the alien dropping entirely. So yeah, once you've picked up the stun baton, store will unlock. Access the terminal, and then you want to go to the utility row, which is the bottom one, and activate the cooling system, and then back out of the terminal. There's usually a loot spot here as well, so there'll be a randomized item there most of the time. Engage the 2 coolants on the left side of this room, and then go back out and around to the right again. The store will be unlocked now, and then we want to grab the last coolant, go back through into the middle room, and just keep walking throughout all of this. The alien is very aggressive in this area. He's very sensitive, so if you even make a few steps, he'll likely drop, especially on Nightmare. So yeah, once you've done those, the other room will be unlocked. So you want to go to the left. You can grab this box as well. Go into this room, and then on the right hand side of the wall, there'll be this rewire which we need to access. So turn off air purification, and then turn on vent access. So once that's active, back out.
There's a Dr. Lingard, senior medical officer. Should be able to find out where they're keeping everything in her office.
And then we can save now at this point. You don't have to save here, but I'll just take a quick safety save. And then once you backed out, go through the vent. And we're going to climb up this ladder. This ladder is actually really long. It's probably like the longest ladder in the game. Once we drop down out of this vent, the game wants us to go left and trigger a cutscene at a terminal. But we're going to avoid that room entirely because it's not essential to the to completing the mission. Grab this box as well. Oh, that one's got quite a few items. So yeah, you can loot this body. Avoid going to the left. We're just going to take the right path after exiting that doorway. Just keep going. As long as you walk, you shouldn't drop. So just don't sprint at all here. And then once you get to the security desk here, there's usually an item on this yellow box, and then you want to get the Molotov V1 blueprint, and then access the terminal. And we need a code on the Morley update and codes row, so the second one of the personal documents. Enter that passcode, it's 2502. And then the keycard takes a second for you to be able to grab it, but once you've gotten it, you can save again.
Samuels, I'm on my way.
Okay. Also, avoid going that direction entirely because you'll trigger an explosion that will prompt the alien to drop, and obviously you want to avoid that. So just avoid that area completely. So here, after inserting that key card into the door, you want to clip a flare. Just go through the middle, light the flare, and then you want to throw it around like the middle of the room, like around there is good. Don't go in the room. Essentially what that flare will do is it will draw some humans into that area. You could probably hear them through the tracker, and make sure you're getting the tracker here as well. Once you get the trauma kit, just check the tracker again, make sure there's no humans like in your way. You want to take a right out of this doorway. We're going to go straight to the plant room. Essentially the game wants us to go to the exit first, but that way is locked, so we need to go to the plant room instead. We'll have to come here anyway. So yeah, once you're in this room, you can just run around because the alien isn't able to drop here. So you want to trigger this generator first. Okay, once you've gotten that generator, gonna go around. Again, you can run here; it's completely safe. We're going to grab the item on this box, and then it's important that you don't completely do this generator. So we're going to activate it only 2 times. So hit the prompt once and 2 times, and then back out. Do not do the 3rd hit. So that's not active yet. What we're going to do is we're going to save. Don't worry if it says hostiles nearby. So the alien is in the vents here, but he can't drop. But make sure you don't go under the vents, otherwise he will grab you from there. So make sure you save. And we're going to actually do something really interesting here. So you'll see that there's nothing on this box here. We just saved. So if we save reload, so load current save. And by the way, you can do this even if you're doing the one-shot achievement. If you load current save while you're still like alive, so when you're not in the death screen, the game doesn't count that as a death. So it's completely fine to do this, and it's actually a way you can cheese getting the one-shot achievement if you're having a bit of trouble with that. But anyway, so we've just save reloaded here, and you'll notice now there's a medkit here that wasn't there before. So you get a free medkit from that save reload. Okay, fine. So now we haven't triggered this generator yet completely, so we're going to do the 3rd hit. And then immediately after this, you need to be a bit quick here. Go to the left, down the stairs, to the right, and then you want to do this hack. You want to be a bit quick to get here because there's a Joe that's waking up. That's fine. So you can hear the Joe on the left. He's friendly until you do the hack, and then he becomes hostile. So after you've done the hack, just come up here, walk, and then hide behind this yellow box and wait for the door to open. Okay, so I'm just going to pause here just to explain how the next area is going to work. So in this next area, the alien will be active, but he will only be able to grab you from the vents, at least at the start. So there's a set period of time during which he's not allowed to drop and patrol around on the floor. So we're going to use that to our advantage. We're going to essentially just run all the way to the exit. As long as we avoid specific vents, the alien will not be able to get us. The only threat here in this area is the 3 humans. So the flare should still be active, and it should pull the first 2 humans away out of our path. If there is a human in the path, then that complicates things a bit. Usually there'll be a human at the end of the area, but if you're like attentive to where he is, because he can be in different positions, then you can avoid him by either like continuing to run, or like going into one of the side rooms, or if he's really in your way, then you might have to kill him. So either use the maintenance jack, so just hit him twice with that, or just shoot him, and you should be able to get to the exit before the alien drops, or the other humans spot you. And it's important that you like follow the set path that I'm taking here, and try and be as quick as you can. So just don't hesitate. So it might take a few tries to actually get this path down, but it is a safe route if you know where to go. So let's go and see the path, and it should make things a bit easier to understand. I also should mention that you need to be careful to avoid the first vent, because the alien will always be there, and he will grab you if you go directly under it. So go to the left of it. I'll try and point it out when we get to it in a second. So yeah, so run forward. The vent's over here, so go to the left of that, and then you want to go to the left into this room. Keep running. The alien shouldn't be able to get to the vents above us. Take a right after that door, and then in this doorway, go left. You can hear a human, but if you keep running, he shouldn't get you. Okay, this human will be in the way, so we'll have to shoot him. Or you can do some maintenance track like that. Alternatively, you could go into the side room to the right, but that's also another option. There's also can be loot there as well. And now, so now there's going to be another scripted sequence where the alien drops down. So we've gotten to the end of the area essentially. I should also note that they kind of messed up with the sound balancing, so this part is kind of loud. So if you want to turn the volume down, then that's recommended if you have a bit of an issue with that. But yeah, otherwise this route is quite safe. It's a lot safer than taking it slowly and walking through, or I mean not walking through, but yeah, even walking through or just crouch walking through. You can run into quite a few problems, and those ways aren't really very consistent. Whereas this is a lot more, a lot safer, even though it looks riskier. But yeah, let's continue with the mission. Yeah, I told you guys very loud. So once we wake up and we can move again, we're in this area with a lot of smoke. And we're actually going to be taking smoke damage. You can't see that because there's no HUDs, so you can't see your health. But every few seconds or so, your health will go down a little bit. And a lot of the damage that you take when you're doing the climb here, that will be scripted. So what damage you take, it will depend on your starting health. But I'll explain that as we're climbing. Immediately after you gain control, there'll be a medkit on the ground to the left. So you want to pick that up before going to the ladder. And you also want to be quick here because of course you're taking damage, so you want to minimize that. So immediately look down and to the left, there'll be a medkit here, then look up to the right a bit, and then you want to climb. And make sure you're hitting these prompts as well. Fine. So before we entered this section, we hadn't taken any damage other than the scripted damage in Mission 2 at the fall, which means that our damage, our health starting this area was at 72%. After this sequence, your health will be reduced by about 30%. If you start with 72, so you end up with about 40 to 42% health at the top of this ladder. And by the way, once you get to the top of this ladder, you're no longer taking smoke damage. So from about this point, you're completely safe, and there's no more damage that you can take. So as I said, our health at the moment should be 42%. We're going to use a medkit that will bring our health back up to 92. You can tell that it's not full because you can still heal. If you can't heal, then that means your health is at 100%. But we can still use the medkit, so it's not quite at 100, but it should be at like 90 to 92, which is good enough. Well, this is a good time to also have a look at your items and see what components you can commit. What I'm going to do is I'm going to commit... actually, I'm going to make a pipe bomb. You don't have to make it just yet, but this is going to free up some slots to be able to pick up more stuff like sensors and SUJ injectors. And the game will also give you more stuff in boxes when you have lower amounts of loot. So if you can make a pipe bomb, now's a good time to. If you don't have all the components to make one, you can just commit what you can, but you don't have to craft it just yet. Alternatively, if you want to make a noise maker, or if you want another medkit, then now's not a bad time to make one of those as well. But then we'll just continue forwards to this vent. So yeah, mission 6 is quite a busy mission. There's a lot going on, and it can be quite fast paced. So it might take a few tries to like get everything down, but don't worry, you can definitely get through it with these strategies. Sometimes it might mean needing to reload previous save instead of current save if you need to like redo a few things, but otherwise should be doable. And then now we're going to take this elevator to mission 7. Okay, we're now into mission 7. So straight off the bat, you want to have a look on the ground to the left here, see if there's a charge pack. It might not be there for you, but it's worth checking. Then we're going to go into this vent. So mission 7 you can do in a lot of different ways. There's a lot of different strategies for it. The way I'll be showing is quite safe. Your movement needs to be specific in a few areas, but it's nothing too difficult, and there's a lot of saves so you can reload at any point, basically. Check there for a loot spot as well, in that corner. Essentially, we'll be using the vents to bypass the humans, and by not interrupting their dialogue, by staying unnoticed, we're going to trigger the alien to kill them, so they won't be here on the way out. So first we're going to save after we drop down. Okay, turn around, crouch walk here, and check there for a loot spot. And then we're going to go into this vent on the right. Be careful with using the flashlight around humans as well, because you don't want them to see. Also pay attention to the subtitles, because if they suddenly cut off, then they've probably seen you. So stay here and then peek, just to check if that guy's here. So he is here. So he won't see you if you just stay around here. We want to wait for him to move. There's a chance he won't be in this position. So once he starts moving, stay over here, and then you want to peek, and the guy on the left, you want him to look you away, and then look away. So now he's looked at us, and now he's going to look away. So we're going to go this way, and you need to be very, like, you need to have a good line here to get around the corner. So then we're going to go into this vent. Since the dialogue has continued, we know that that they haven't noticed us. There should be a few loot spots in this vent. Make sure you don't use the flashlight above as well, because they're right here. So there's a loot spot here, and then we're going to go back the way we came, and then turn right.
Remote charges, can you believe that? He's gotta be crazy. Maybe that's the answer. Aaron Waits has some kind of safe haven.
Then there's another loot spot here, and then turn right again. And you should see this green light.
No thanks.
Gonna get out of this vent. That human's there, but don't worry, he's not a problem. I'm just gonna look to the right and then go up this ladder. They won't notice you. So if you walk normally here, then they do hear you, so you need to crouch walk. Alternatively, if you want to speed yourself up a little bit, you can toggle between crouching and walking, kind of like this. It's a bit faster, but it's up to you. Also in this room, there's a potential loot spot over here. There can be a flare on the table as well. Just gonna continue crouch walking. I'll just toggle a little bit just to speed this up. So we're gonna grab the smoke bomb blueprint. There's another potential flare that can spawn here, and there's another loot spot here. You can also save if you want to. I won't, but it's okay if you do. Just take your time with this. There's no rush. The alien won't drop as long as you're efficient with your movement. From about here you can just walk, and there'll be a scripted sequence coming up where the alien will get them. So yeah, just gonna take a second to watch this. You don't need to watch this, you can just continue onwards, but yeah, the alien will take care of those guys. And then from here, we're just gonna continue walking. On the left there's this side room here with a terminal. There can be a loot spot next to it as well, so we're just gonna grab the SCJ here, but it's randomized what's there as well. So we're gonna ignore the ladder. We're gonna go into this room and then take a left immediately. Just keep walking. So in this room here, coming up, we're gonna get the well, we're gonna loot this body first, and then we're gonna grab the hack tuner upgrade. So now we have the level 2 hack tuner. We're also gonna save as well, just for safety. But you don't actually need to save, and we'll see why in a second. So with the way this this area works, we're going to activate a Joe coming up, but we need to do a hack first. As a side effect of doing the hack, actually it's intended, but as an effect of doing the hack, what happens is the alien is scripted to like disappear from the area, so he'll just go away completely, which means that we'll be able to just make as much noise as we want. And the alien just won't drop at all because he's not in this area. So from this point onwards, he's just left entirely. Actually, first you can, instead of going down the ladder, you can go into this room as well just to check for another loot spot. You don't have to do this; it's just optional. But you can take your time. Yeah, there's nothing to like worry about at the moment. So yeah, so no loot here, but it's worth checking if you want to. Okay, we're gonna go and activate the android. So don't attack this droid. He's friendly because he has white eyes. You'll see in a second. Also, while we wait for him to boot up, there's a potential loot spot here as well. So I'm just gonna grab that loot, and he'll join us here.
How can I help you?
I need a compression cylinder.
Components warehouse. Row 1, stack B. Follow me.
Just keep the noise down, okay?
Right, so I'm just gonna grab the door for the android. Just being polite like that. So yeah, as I said, you can just make as much noise as you want. The alien won't drop. The only caveat is that if he's already like walking around, and then you do the hack, he won't vent immediately. So you do need to like trigger him to vent or wait for him to vent. We're also gonna just depart from the Joe now, so he's gonna go that way and get himself killed. We're gonna go this way. We'll grab this SCJ injector. That's guaranteed loot. So all the loot in this warehouse is guaranteed, and it will always spawn, and it's always the same. So avoid the electricity because that will kill you if you stay in it too long. We're gonna come around here, grab this blast cap, and then we're gonna go and hit this button. What this button will do is it will cancel the electricity, and it will also drop the shelves down. It's important that we don't get the compression cylinder until we're ready to leave. So for now, we're just going to do a bit of looting. We're going to start by going into that vent. Then we're going to go here and move this up twice. There'll be a compound B here. We can grab that. That'll be great. I'm also going to check my inventory. So we've got a lot of sensors, so we're going to put those into this pipe bomb. We can also put this blasting cap into the pipe bomb as well. Then we're going to go this way. There'll be another blasting cap here. So normally he would go into the electricity and die, but we've dissipated that, so he's going to be fine. Right, so now we are going to put that up once. There'll be an ethanol on this side, and then put it up again twice. and then on this side there'll be a sensor, and then we're going to go to this shelf. So as I said, it's important that you don't collect the compression cylinder yet, because that will trigger the alien to actually come into this area again. So hit it up once, and then there's a sensor on this side and a flare on this side. So grab those, they'll be useful in the later missions. So move it up twice again, and then we'll get the compression cylinder. So grab that, objective updates, and now the alien is active again. So you want to not make any noise. So from this point onwards, we're just going to be walking. So just walk back out of the warehouse, take a right, and we're going to go back to the elevator. So another right again. There's a potential loot spot on this bench as well, with this table. And we can also loot these guys as well while we're getting to the elevator. You can grab the ID tag as well if you want. Another potential loot spot at the floor there. But yeah, we're gonna insert the compressor cylinder. Just wait for the elevator door to open, and that's that area done. But we're not quite done with the mission yet. There's still one more section to do. So after you exit this elevator, you can save again. There'll be a save point just to the left. So there are some humans who were like on the top of this ladder. You'll see in a second. What we're actually going to do, counterintuitively, we're going to run straight to the ladder, and that will kind of break the human's AI. So they'll be in a scripted sequence where like the alien comes and grabs one of them, and we're going to kill them before that sequence completes. So just run to the right, keep running, don't hesitate at all. I'm going to go straight for that ladder and climb up. You can see that they're there. They haven't noticed us because they're in that scripted sequence.
Why the hell did I agree to come out here?
So look to the left and just use the maintenance track to kill them. So you don't want to wait around, otherwise they if you're on console, basically they'll notice you, but on PC they don't for some reason. Anyway, there's some loot spots on this table, so we've got the Blossom Cap there. There can be also something on there, and there's a bonding agent on this side as well, so got 2 out of 3 loot spots there. And you can also run in this section as well. The alien doesn't notice you. We're going to go into this room and collect an item there. There might not be something for you, but yeah, so there's another loot spot. You can save if you want, but it's kind of pointless because we're just ending the mission now. So I'm going to go back this way, run through this door. We're just going to check a few loot spots before we complete the mission. So come around to the right and check these boxes, and then we're going to go through this into this elevator and into mission 8. Okay, so now for mission 8. The alien is not active at all in this mission unless you take a tram to another area that you're not supposed to go to. So we can run around for basically the whole mission. There's only like one section that you really need to like worry about enemies, which is like in the middle of this mission. But we'll have a strategy that will make light work of that. But for now, there's a cutscene.
I sent you a clear directive not to land on station.
I told you we didn't hear your message. We understood you would be...
Hey!
Identify yourself.
Ripley, from the Torrens.
Relax, kid.
What the hell is going on here, Marshall? Where's the security forces?
You're looking at them.
I've seen the creature. What is it?
I don't know. Something brought here by Marlowe, the captain of the Anisadora.
The ship that found the flight recorder.
Is there anywhere safe left on this station? That creature's running around, and the Seegson synthetics are less than friendly.
Goddamn androids. Ripley. Taylor needs attention.
Medical's a no-go. We can't take her there.
We have a basic life support unit back at HQ.
Then let's go.
We need the transit to get to HQ, but it's down. Transit control is upstairs. Samuels says you're an engineer. Go make yourself useful, seeing as you screwed up the trap.
Yeah, right. We'll talk about that later, Waits. You protect them while I'm gone. Understood?
Okay, so immediately after the cutscene, you can come up here and save if you want to. I do recommend saving here because the next area is the one I was talking about, and it can be, or the strat that we're going to do can be a bit specific, so it's worth doing a safety save there. Also, there's an item spot here, so I'm just going to have a look through what we can make. I can commit a sensor here, so I'm going to do that. We can also commit a blasting cap to a Molotov, and I guess it's also worth putting another sensor in here as well. But obviously for you, your loot will likely be very different, so you might want to put it into other items, or like medkits, for example. Anyway, we're going to come around here, I'm going to remove this brace and then call the elevator. And then once we go down, we'll be in the area where we'll have to deal with some enemies. So there'll be a Joe and a human. The human will come first, and then we're going to open a door that will let the Joe into the area as well. And pretty much every guide will take one of two approaches. Basically no one will kill the human, and then you'll either distract the Joe after he's killed the human, or you'd outright just kill the Joe as well. But we're not going to do either of those. So the strat that I'm going to do, it's, as I said, it's an old speedrunning strat, and we're not going to use any items. So first we're going to grab this blueprint for Flashbang version 2. Once we hit this console, the human will start to come in. So the movement here is going to be kind of specific. We're going to run for most of it because we need to distract the human, and then we're going to kill him and then get the Joe stuck looking at his dead body. So let's start off. So hit the button for this console, then turn right immediately, and then run to this lever.
Someone shut everything off.
Activate the lever, and then turn right again and run across the room. You want the human to hear you, so he follows you. So crouch here, wait a few seconds, and then activate this console. It's really important that you wait for a few seconds before doing this. So we're going to go back this way, and then kill this human with the maintenance track, and then go backwards, and just walk around here, around the edge of the room. Crouch once you get over here. The Joe will be over there, and then he'll start walking towards the human, and then we're going to activate this console. Don't worry, the Joe won't see you. If he has dialogue like that, then that means he's looking at the human, so that's good. And then just keep crouch walking. So he'll be distracted by the human, and then once we get around here, we can just start walking again. And the Joe won't, like, he won't do his normal patrol, he'll just stay over there. So there's an item spot here, so I got some scraps, that's good. There's a potential item spot on these shelves as well. You can loot the human as well, and there's another human we can loot. That's fine. And then there's another item spot here, so we've got an SCJ, which is good. And then we're going to grab the gas torch. There's also a save to our left. You can save if you want to. And if you do have to reload save, then the Joe should still be stuck looking at that human. So we're just going to walk towards the this panel that we're going to cut. If you look over to the Joe, he's just standing over there, staring at the human. As long as you don't get too close to him, he will not get triggered to start moving again. So you're just free to do whatever you want, as long as you don't disturb him and as long as you don't make too much noise, like if you sprint or something like that. So we can just cut this panel in peace. Alternatively, if you do have if you have a flare and the Joe is walking around, then you can just throw a flare to the far side of the room and cut this panel. Like, you should have enough time for that. But this is a way that gets you through without having to use any items. So for Nightmare, that's a really good bonus if you don't have to use anything.
Ripley, this is Waits. The transit's here and we're waiting on you.
Take it. I had some trouble, so it's gonna take me a while to get back.
We can wait.
Taylor can't. I can catch the next car.
Your call.
Okay, so in this room there can be an item there as well, and I think there can be an item also on that desk, but we didn't get anything, which is okay. And here we can also run. As I said, the alien isn't around in this area. You can save if you want to. So immediately after you hit this button, go to the right and enter this locker. It doesn't really matter which locker you enter, as long as you enter a locker, because some humans are going to come into this area, and if you're here while they're around, then yeah, it's not going to be too great for Amanda. Because they are not friendly.
Maybe he's found a better site to raid.
Or a way off this fuck heap. That, or today's the day we finally seal ourselves in the habitation decks. How you holding up, you okay? Someone will send help soon.
So yeah, just wait for them to return up the stairs that they came down.
Safety in numbers.
Not even sure of that
Feels
anymore.
like we're standing around waiting
That
to
thing
die.
is unstoppable.
Give me one clear shot. I'll stop the fucker.
And then once they've left, we can exit the locker and just enter the tram. So this is the tram to Solomon's, by the way. Okay, so even in this area, the alien's not around, so we can run around here. You can save if you want to. I won't, but it's totally fine to save.
Right at the top of the stairs. You can't miss it.
No welcome committee?
Just get up here. Waits out.
So yeah, you can loot this box, and then there's a few other loot spots here. You can either loot now or in mission 10. I guess I'll just loot these now. So you can loot this box here, and there's a potential loot spot here also by the plant. And then once you come around here, loot this box. There can be loot over there as well. And there's two loot spots here. So that's the right one. Then there's a left loot spot there. And down these stairs there's this box. These humans are always friendly, so don't worry about these guys.
Nice work.
Actually, don't kill them though, because if you do
How's Taylor?
kill an innocent civilian,
Stable.
that
Should
is
be
a death
walking soon
screen.
enough. Samuels is with her now.
Okay.
You managed to get transit up and running, so I guess we're even.
Where's Ricardo?
Prepping our next move. Look, I'm busy. I've got Marlowe in the cells, the lowlife who showed up with your flight recorder.
Where's Marlowe's ship? The Anisadora.
He put it in a parking orbit around the gas giant. Son of a bitch won't give us the command codes to let us bring it in on auto. Maybe you can get more out of the unhelpful bastard. Go talk to him.
Okay, so after you talk to Waits, you can loot this box. I mean, you could loot it while talking to him. Make sure you're reloaded as well on the flamethrower. Not flamethrower. That's to come, and the revolver. There's a loot spot here, and then another one over here, but there's nothing for me. That's okay. And then I'm going to push this button to talk to Marlo.
Marlo?
Who wants to know?
My name's Ripley. I'm with the company.
Here for your empty box already? You guys are keen, I'll give you that.
I'm here for personal reasons. My mother was on the Nostromo when it went missing 15 years ago.
You serious? Shit. Well. Shit. We never found her ship, Ripley. Just the recorder.
But you sure as hell found something else. What happened out there?
I need a way out of here, Ripley. Maybe we can make a deal.
Just start talking. I want to know everything.
And that's mission 8 done.
Check. You get me, Lewis?
A little fuzzy, Marlo.
Okay, this is mission 9.
Let's take it slow. I want to get to that beacon in one piece.
If you're looking for a piece, Foster, I've got something for you right here.
I'd need scanning equipment to find it, Heist.
Okay, enough already. Focus on what we're here for. I don't want any mistakes.
There you are.
Foster, Meeks, keep your eyes open.
So I was debating whether to keep this in the guide, this mission. But I think for completeness, it's a good idea to. Even though there's no like challenge or like risk of dying, I think it's still, you know, an important part of the game. So we'll keep it in the guide. I will say this scan is a bit of a scam. It's not really very accurate, so I mean, it's not difficult to find the right way, but yeah, like if you made it this far, you definitely know how to get around this this area.
It's getting stronger over here. Your guess is as good as mine. Besides, I thought you lived for this stuff. I just worry about what's right in front of me.
So you need to trigger this dialogue by looking over here at these rocks.
I'll have a look around. See if I can find a weak spot. Wait here. Gonna need a lift.
And then look over here.
Over here. Give me a leg up.
So this is one of those missions that the first time you play it, it's really cool, and it's interesting to find out, like, you know, more about the story and how they first found the alien in this game. But on subsequent playthroughs, it can be a bit of a drag. Having said that, on Nightmare, this is kind of welcome break from all the action, so it's not all bad.
Don't think I'll be able to get back the way I came.
Just watch yourself, you hear me?
Stay put. I think I found something. There's a fissure in the rock. Stand back. I'm gonna blow it.
So after you place the bomb, just back away. And then when you get the prompt to activate the bomb.
Let's get going. Follow me.
Then have a look over here.
Heist, over here. Give me a leg up.
Gonna need some help from Heist again. He's always the last one to follow, so he's yeah, he needs to pick up the pace. And there it is, the alien ship. Also known as the derelict. So just walk up to the edge of this cliff, and then it will trigger the next area to load. Okay, so this is the second half of mission 9. Just going to be entering the derelict, doing a few of the objectives, and then should be on our way to mission 10. Nothing too difficult or taxing. Just pretty much holding forward. Why they couldn't have parked close to the derelict, I don't know, but continuity, I guess. So yeah, you can get a good view of it from here.
What the hell do you think we're gonna find here, Marlo?
Something big.
There's an opening up ahead.
Oh my god.
Holy shit.
Careful with what you touch. I don't want anything damaged.
It's amazing. How old must this be?
What is it? A cockpit?
And make this a ship?
I think we found our payload.
Hey, quiet!
What? You think we're gonna wake him? Hey, sorry, pal.
Can it? We're wasting time. Have a look around.
Marlo, it's a life form.
It was a life form. Now it's our property. Salvage rights.
We need to stake our claim before anyone else does.
And Isadora is not prepared for something this big.
Then we'll take what we can and come back. Have a look around, see what else is here.
Marlo, we found something. Tracks.
Tracks?
Looks like something was dragged. But that's not all. You're not gonna like this.
What is it?
The tracks lead here. Same name that's on the flight recorder.
Nostromo. Someone's already been here.
Maybe they abandoned ship and landed here.
I can see that. Shit.
If they were here before us, why is there no record of this place?
Well, if they're still alive, there goes our salvage.
Let's find out. I'll find the beacon and shut it off. Don't want anybody else finding this place. Foster, Heist, check out the cavern below.
So once the objective updates, Meeks is going to come towards this this ledge. He's gonna give us a boost. So as a side note, if you haven't watched Alien or Aliens, I highly recommend that you do so. They give a lot of context to the game, obviously, and they're great movies, like, in of themselves. Alien is more of, like, you know, a horror genre, and then Aliens is more action, but they're both, you know, classics.
Meeks, I found the beacon. I'm gonna check it out.
The other movies in the franchise you can kind of ignore, but those two are must-watch movies, definitely.
Don't know what happened, but the beacon stopped broadcasting.
Marlowe, you have got to see this. It's amazing.
On my way.
Right, so after you drop down here, I'm gonna just go straight across to the light source. So just climb up here. That prompt can be a bit finicky, so you might need to move forward and back a bit if you're having trouble grabbing that. And then use the winch, and just wait until we reach the bottom.
Oh my god.
Over here. Watch the drop.
Okay, so it just needs to move forward, and then at the end of this like podium, it will trigger the cutscene to get to mission 10.
I want to know more. Everything. Where's your ship? If we can break the comms lockdown, what are the codes to bring it in on auto?
If you want more, then you need to get me out of here.
Not happening, Marlowe.
Is that right? Well, you know where I am.
So, welcome to mission 10. This is one of the longest missions in the game, and potentially one of the trickiest
Whatever's happening,
as well,
I want in.
because there are a lot of sections to it, and the alien is going to be present for most of them. At the start here, we're going to be just collecting some loot. So go into that room, there's a potential loot spot there, and a potential loot spot here as well. So it's worth checking there. We can also run throughout this whole of this first area, so the alien isn't around. So yeah, this spot in that box next to Taylor. These rooms are locked at the end of mission 8, so they're unlocked now, so we can get them here. So you want to get the flamethrower.
Let's hope this thing works.
It's an animal.
I'll explain some of the mechanics with the flamethrower
right.
as we go. One thing I'll mention in terms of looting and crafting items, just reload some flashlight batteries so that we can pick those up, is that Molotovs, we don't want to make any at the moment. We'll get 3 in mission 12, so don't make any Molotovs now, otherwise you essentially waste a Molotov because you won't be able to pick up one unless you use it in this mission. So you should go to pipe bombs if you need to do so, rather than Molotovs. I'll just commit that center here. So yeah, it's okay to commit components, but just don't hit the craft item button at the top. Fine.
I've got a plan to trap it. Take a transit car and meet Ricardo in the Systech Spire.
Another thing is that we don't need to save here, because the game is just auto-saved, and it will auto-save when we reach a new destination every time we do that in this mission. That's exclusive to this mission, so when we get to Lorenz, the Systech Spire, after we take the next tram, there'll be an autosave there. So I'm just not going to save it all in this area. But if you want to, you can, of course. I'm just going to check here, because there can be loot. Nothing there at the moment, that's fine. It's Compound B, which is good. We already looted that box. Already looted over here as well. There can be an item there. Yeah, we looted that box. This box we haven't.
Samuel's okay doing that?
Guy said he wanted to help and I have my hands full here. Besides, he's a synthetic.
Another loot spot there, next to the save.
I guess.
And one more box that we can loot at the end of the station.
Outright disaster has already happened, Waits. All we
And now we want to hit.
Kill that fucker.
We want to call the transit to Lorenz Systech Spire. Now we're just going to wait for the tram to come. So I guess I'll explain some of the things about the flamethrower. So you want to keep it like equipped, but don't hold it out. So on Nightmare, the flamethrower ammo that you use, it will be used up at twice the rate as any other difficulty. So on Novice to Hard, a burst would take like about 20 fuel if you just like tap the button. So it's doubled on Nightmare, so it will be 40 fuel instead of 20. And another thing to note, when you're flaming the alien, don't hold the fire button. You want to just tap it a few times in a row. So just tap it like 3 times in quick succession, and that will be a more efficient use of fuel. And it also like is more likely to scare the alien off than just holding the fire button. And if you do have to use the flamethrower, this is going to sound a bit counterintuitive, but you don't want to reload. Essentially, the reason for that is all the ammo that you have loaded into the flamethrower, you will lose that when you give the flamethrower up with your other weapons in Mission 13. So you want to keep any extra ammo like not loaded into it. So just keep it separate. Just don't hit the reload button if you use the flamethrower. The only exception is if you really need to use the flamethrower and you're at 0. So the game just saved, so I'm not going to save there. We want to be efficient with our movement and don't like wait around too much in any area. We just want to like keep moving and just walk. Don't crouch walk unless there's a good reason to crouch walk. We just want to stay mobile. So gonna make our way to the middle here. These humans are friendly, so don't worry about them. Grab this revolver ammo and you can do that guy.
Let's go.
Then take the stairs to the right and follow us around to the right again. Then we'll take the left coming up. Another side effect of not having a HUD means that we can't see how much ammo we have loaded into the flamethrower. However, if you hold it out, you can't really see because of the subtitles, but I'll show you in a second. There's like a gauge on the flamethrower. Like you'll see like the white gauge. Where the arrow is pointing, that's how much fuel you have. So that's at 500 fuel, and then like, you can work it out. It's like essentially like proportionally compared to 500 fuel. So we want to use this terminal. Go to utility and access store control, and then you can save here as well. So yeah, that was another thing that I was mentioning before. You don't want to hold out the flamethrower unless you're going to use it. Like essentially the reason for that is the flamethrower, the fire that you see on it, there's light that comes out of it, so enemies can see that light. We're also going to take a slight detour here to loot this guy and check the loot spot here. So there can be loot here. We'll commit some compound beads into the Molotov, but again, we're not going to make that Molotov, and you can check here for a loot spot as well. Okay, another potential loot spot on this table. There's nothing there, but that's fine. So we're going to take a right here. Check here for loot. Nothing. That's okay. And another loot spot can be over here, but there's nothing there. That's okay. So we're going to seal off the stairwell. Or yeah, that's it. That means that area isn't accessible yet, but on the way out we'll go through that way. So you can do some extra looting there when we come back here. There's flamethrower fuel here, so we'll just pick that up now. But we can get that when we come back downstairs as well, so that's fine. Just a few things to loot here. There's this guy, and then if we look over here, there's a potential loot spot here. So just grab this compound B, but that's randomized as well, so there might not be loot, and what you get is random. You can check here for loot as well. Fine. And then gonna seal off this area.
Supply storage locked down.
This next area is a little bit weird. So on console, well, over here, it's dark, but on PC, if you're playing on PC, then this area will still be well lit. It's like one of the only differences between the versions. Okay. So Ricardo's with us here. Another loot spot here. I'm gonna do this terminal. So go to shared and then click on bypass program, and then that will access the lockdown in utility. So don't worry about the code that's on there. A lot of people get tripped up with that, so you just want to ignore the code, which is 7789. Also, don't go in that room to the right, because the alien has a high chance of dropping over here if you waste time there. So you want to listen out, because the alien can drop here. Save here as well. Okay, in the server farm, he can be patrolling around, so you want to listen out for him and just adapt to where he is, like how he's moving about. So you just heard he went into the vents. Just gonna duck under here. He has a tendency to drop in that room, which he... Did he just do that? Be sure to use your motion tracker as well. Just coming to the right. Just be patient. There's no rush. Okay. Once he goes in the vents, you can feel free to walk until he drops again. Okay, and once you do this hack, he can't drop anymore, so he'll be going into the vents, and you can make as much noise, you can run around, he just won't drop at all. So collect this flame of fuel, that's important, and then we can do this guy as well. there's other loot spots that you can look for in this area during this time, but I'm just gonna go for the hack. But it's up to you if you want to do more looting. There's no risk of the alien dropping. So now we're gonna take this door out, hit the emergency override, hit this one as well. So the alien is scripted to drop in the room we were just in a second. There's a loot spot there, and we're gonna. Oh, we already looted that guy. That's okay. Okay, we're just gonna sit here, crouch here, and just wait around. And we just want to wait for that door to open, the red door. In the meantime, we're just gonna have a look at our supplies, so we can craft this noisemaker. Can also commit compound B to a medkit. Quite a lot of SCJs, so I'm thinking we will just commit that as well. We already have 2 medkits, but that's okay. We don't need to worry too much about our loot situation. So commit a charge pack as well. But yeah, as long as you stay here, the alien will never like check in this spot. Even if he gets really close and it looks like he can see you, if he's like over there, he will never see you. It's like very safe. Okay, once the door opens, he's scripted to actually leave this area, so even if he sees you, he won't attack you. So we can just walk out of here. You can save here as well. Okay. That blueprint that we got over there, by the way, that's the Noisemaker version 2, so it's actually quite useful in like later in the game. So now the alien's in the vents, as long as we keep walking, he won't come to get us. Okay, we're gonna go straight across.
How did you open it back up? I had to suppress the alert. It was the only way to get Ripley out. You let it out?
Come to the right here. You can do a bit of looting here if you want.
Where should I go?
I'm gonna just search this guy. And this box. Probably both empty, and they are. That's okay. That's not there's another loot spot. That's useful. Okay. And I'll equip a flare. Okay, so once you get over here, crouch. And then activate the flare and throw it there. And that will distract the humans. So we want to crouch walk this way, and then when you get to about here, you can start walking. Just equip the flamethrower just in case. But yeah, the humans, they're all going towards that flare. You can check there for another loot spot as well. But yeah, while the humans are distracted by the flare, make sure you not walking when you're too close to them. We're just going to take the elevator to Gemini, and that's the whole of Lorenz done.
I'm in Gemini, Waits.
Okay. So for Gemini, we're going to start by walking like through this corridor coming up. You don't want to loot here, so you really need to like be very efficient with your movement. And you don't want to you really don't want to wait around, and that includes not looting a lot of boxes that you could otherwise loot. Essentially, the reason for that is that the longer you spend here, the higher the chance of the alien dropping. So we're only going to loot stuff that's like directly in the way, like this box. This next camera coming up is really, really sensitive, so you want to just wait over here and then wait for it to go by. You'd be surprised at like the range it has. Okay, and once it's gone by, stand up again and start walking. Yeah, this one can really troll you. Okay, so we're gonna get the plasma torch. Upgrade. And then go to the rewire. Don't worry if the camera is like all the way to the left, like it still won't see you. Don't turn on the unstable system. We want to turn off the camera feeds, but ignore the unstable system. And then we're going to use the plasma torch on this panel. So with each upgrade of the plasma torch, you increase the speed of like being able to cut, which is it's a nice nice upgrade to have. So get to this terminal, and then we want to access the service request under utility. We can loot this box as well, and there might be loot there on the table. Okay, now access this terminal. Again, utility, distribution systems, and then use this lever.
Where can I find the power breakers, Waits?
Okay, and just keep going. Ignore those boxes like to our side. Okay, there's a camera behind this door, so don't go through the door. You want to just edge forward, and then I'm going to take a right and go kind of the long way. Into this room, and then you want to reset the breaker. And there's a box we can hit here as well. Grab that. And then to access the rewire once you get past this door. And then we just turn the camera off. Alternatively, you could just wait for it to go by. I think it's a bit slower. Okay, now we're going to go back this way and access a new area. So we can hit this box. And then we're going to save here. I'm actually going to do a strategy with save reloading. So we're just going to reload the save after we've just saved. So save, reload. Again, if you're going for one-shot the achievement, then it's completely fine to do this. It won't cancel out the achievement. Essentially, the point of that is to like lower the alien's aggro level, so he's less likely to drop up here. Okay, come this way. Also, that like kind of I think that resets the camera's position so that it's less in your way. But yeah, you want to turn the camera off. There we go. And just keep going. So reset this breaker. There can be loot there, so just have a look out for it on the table. And then I'm just going to walk back to the ladder. And take this down. And on the next terminal, it's very important that you choose the second option under utility. If you choose the first option, then you'll have to like re-enter the terminal. So choose the service request, and that's important. Also, don't go to the right because that Joe can grab you if you're not careful. So we're gonna wait by here. We just need the Joe to start working on the terminal, and then this lever and the other lever will be usable. And they should be accessible before the alien drops. There we go. First one. And second one. And I guess you could have looted that box as well, like while you were waiting, but yeah, I just missed it, but it's okay. So go downstairs once you get through this doorway. Go around, and the alien, he can drop like any time now, so just be on the listen. Call the freight train so that you can access this way. Okay, so just crouch walk now. If he drops there, he won't see you because there's like too much like smoke or steam, whatever, in that room. But he can hear you if you make too much noise.
Wait, I made it.
Is it still after you?
Okay, now we're in KG Labs.
I got a plan. Head for the labs.
So here we're going to do a little bit of extra looting. So you don't need to go this way. This is a little bit optional, but it will enable us to get some flamethrower fuel, which will be useful. And it doesn't like there's no increased risk of the alien dropping early because there's not like enough happening that would trigger him. So just go down this path, and then we want to loot this dead body. You want the key card. There can also be loot there as well, so just have a look out for that on that table. But yeah, once we get the key card, we're just gonna head out. Okay, loot this dead body, and then use the key card on this door. And also there's a jump scare coming up as well, so just be aware of that. It's once you get this fuel, like once you get close enough. But yeah, we can also like do a little bit of extra looting here. It should be safe. And there might be something on the table, or there. So there's a blasting cap, which is useful. So it's good we got that. Okay, then use the plasma torch on this door. And pull the lever.
Wait, I'm in.
The lab can be separated from the main station. Bring it back online and systems can reconnect.
Yeah, you can get this box if you want as well, at the bottom of the ladder. I'm going to walk to the other side of this area. As long as you haven't like waited around too much, the alien is very, very unlikely to drop. But there are some scripted drops that will happen after we hit some certain triggers, so we'll need to be careful then. But for now, we just need to just stay on the move. Okay, so I'm just going to do a bit of extra looting here as well. Just checking these boxes. There are other boxes on the other side, but I'm just going to ignore this for now. Okay, reset the breaker, and then now we're going to save.
That's it. I can see a power spike. Now, reconnect the lab systems to Sevastopol from the console in the central
Okay,
lab.
now you can check for loot here as well as the flare, which is really nice. And then once you do this hack, he's scripted to drop in this room, so we need to be a bit quick to move out of it. But we need to be careful as well. So we're going to crouch, and then crouch walk to the right. Crouch walk, and he'll drop any second now. There we go. Drop there. Okay, then he vented, which is actually a bad pattern, but that's okay. So he will drop in the room to the right.
I'm sorry, Ripley.
Just need to be a bit careful. Getting to here. make sure you're listening out to the alien, and always be attentive to like where he's at. You can use the tracker as well, as long as he's not too close, because he can hear the tracker. But the tracker will show where he's at. Okay, this next part can be quite variable, so you'll have to adapt to where he's positioned. But for the first part, we can walk for now. Just gonna have the tracker out. He'll drop like about when we get here-ish, is when he usually drops. Yeah, there we go. So I don't see him at the moment, which is kind of bad. Okay, gonna go for the button. You might want to hide before doing this, depending on where he's at. And then we're gonna hide here. You can hide in that vent as well, or you can hide here. But yeah, so if you hide here, then he shouldn't see you as he runs to the button. So he'll always go to the button, and then after that, his movement varies. So you might want to like, you might need to move out of the way if you're here. If you're in the vent, then you should be safe. But if you're in the vent, the trouble is like knowing when to leave and knowing where he's at. And also listen out for the announcements. So she just said 75% complete. When he gets to 100%, that's when we can leave. So just watch out for the alien. Okay, when we get to 100, you can just make a run for it if he's not too close, because it will just enter the scripted sequence. But yeah, he can be close, so you might need to wait around for a bit before you can get to this trigger. But yeah, that's the whole of mission 10 done. Cutscene coming up, so I'll just let that play, and I'll see you guys in mission 11. Okay, this is mission 11. We've just gotten rid of the alien, so we'll be able to run around freely throughout the station. And we'll find that actually running through a few encounters in specific spots will be safer than playing it slowly. But for now, at the start of this mission, we're going to do a bit of looting. So check here for loot, and then go into this room. And on the left, there can be loot on this table.
Yes, wait! Me, you son of a bitch!
Then we're going to come back out of the room, cut this panel.
You blew the lab into space!
I had no choice. No choice at all. You saw that thing. You saw what it could do. I had to get it off this station. By any means necessary.
Yeah. Use me as bait. Leave me to die.
Once you've gone through the door, come to the left. And I'm max on scraps. I'm going to make 1 or 2 items. We're able to create a pipe bomb, so
There's that. And there's the fact that
I'll craft that.
Bastard.
I think we'll leave it at that for now.
We can discuss your methods there.
So yeah, make sure you check that spot. And then over here, there can be loot on this table. Alternatively, there could be loot here. So we just got an STJ, which is nice. Obviously, depending on your loot situation and like what you've collected, you might want to create different items. Important things I'll note is don't make more than 2 noisemakers, because we'll collect 1 in mission 12, and we'll also collect 3 Molotovs and 3 EMP mines in mission 12 as well. So don't make any Molotovs or EMPs, but you can commit components to them. So I'll also commit these ethanols, but I'm not going to craft this Molotov just yet. So we're going to pick up the shotgun here. The shotgun's quite good for dealing with regular Joes. On Nightmare, it won't one-hit kill them even with a headshot, but if you do get clean headshot, you can follow it up with a jack swing, and that will kill a regular Joe. Okay, also check there for a loot spot. Now I'm going to use the keycard here. The game wants us to go through the big double doors on the right, but we're going to avoid that completely. So avoid that. I'm going to go across this area into this room. First we'll have to cut the panel. There'll be some loot to collect here. So we're just going to check a few spots. It's also quite dark in this room, so we're going to use the flashlight. So come to the left and check over here. So there's a bit of scrap from me, so you might get different loot. So I guess I'll make one more noisemaker, but I won't make it anymore. So yeah, now we can pick up that scrap. Check over here as well. And then on this box, grab that scrap. And come around here, there's another spot here. Charge pack, which is good. And then I'll just check these conveyors, but there's nothing there, so that's fine. They might be different for you, like the spawns might be a bit different. So we're going to come to the left. Make sure you avoid the big doors entirely. There's a reason for that, so make sure you don't open them. We're going to go up the stairs and then save. And then we'll go down and go through the doors. So if you just notice by the subtitles, there's a Joe that's like coming towards us. So yeah, so there can be Joes in that area. I'm just gonna stun past this guy. So wait for him to try and grab you and then shoot him. So we got 2 Joes, which is a bit unlucky, but since we did a stun pass, we can just go on our way and they won't grab us. Alternatively, you can get humans in that area as well, or there can be nothing, so it's completely RNG what you get, so it's random. So just try and deal with it the best you can. And if you do get Joes, then you can try and lure them into the big open area and then run around them. But unfortunately they heard me, so it's fine. Okay, so a bit of looting we can do here.
No thanks to
So
Wade.
check this box, and then there can be loot there.
It's done now.
I'm sorry for fucking up with the lockdown earlier.
Check these tables for loot, and then you can loot this guy as well.
I'll see you back at the bureau.
You don't have to save there. The game just auto-saved as soon as we got into this area, so there's no real point in saving at this point. We're gonna come this way, and don't worry, running is completely fine. Loot this box, and then there's a guard on the other side of this gate, but he can't shoot at us. Well, he can shoot, but he can't hit us. We actually need to go up to the gate to trigger this objective to update, and then he'll try and shoot at us, but again, as I said, that's protecting us, the shutter. So now we need to activate this robot. If you don't go up to this door and trigger the objective, then that robot doesn't get triggered. I mean, the button isn't active, and there's also a loot spot there. But yeah, so now we're going to just follow this robot. He's going to open up this little gap, and we're going to squeeze through. And then we're going to check this box, and there's another loot spot here, so we've got a compound B, which is nice. And then into this vent. So in Mission 4, we had the opportunity to pick up the version 1 EMP, but I avoided it because it's a bit out of the way and it would slow us down. We're in a place where we need to be a bit speedy. So we can pick up the version 2 EMP here actually. So it's on this table, it's impossible to miss. So we'll grab that. Grab that as well. And then we're gonna check there for loot, so there can be loot there. Once you got through this door, there's a few boxes in this area we can loot, so I'm gonna check them all.
Something's been up with with the damn androids since I got here.
No, this is new. They've left their posts. I just saw some of them in a public area. That's not normal.
Great.
Watch your back.
Okay, and this is the last box to check here. Then we're going to go back a bit and go the intended way. Just through this door. So there's a box here, gonna loot that, and there can be loot over here as well, so just check here for loot. So don't save just yet, because we're just gonna loot one more item, well, one more box, and then we're gonna save. So this save is really useful because the next area can be quite tricky. There's gonna be at least one human and a few Joes in the area. So we're going to try and sneak a bit of it and also run through a bit of it as well. But we'll get to it in a second.
What about the change in alert status?
Damn it, I don't know. I'm trying to contact Samuels. Maybe he knows what the hell Apollo is playing at.
Okay, once you get through this vent, turn around and then loot this box here. Now we're going to activate this generator. The next part is the tricky area. So immediately turn around and then come to the right of this doorway, crouch, and then peek to the left. Make sure that the guard isn't looking at you. So he's shooting at the Joe, which is good. So the Joe's going to be locked onto him. So just keep running. Run past that Joe. If you have to stun past him, that's fine as well. Check there for a loot spot. Don't worry if you can't pick it up, and then check here as well as a flare, which is nice.
For God's sakes, Apollo's let the androids
So run down these stairs, and then once you get over here, stop running, just walk,
They're not just responding to trespass violations, it's like they're
and then crouch here.
For who?
Just keep crouch walking.
for everyone and anyone.
That Joe will be walking away from us.
Stand by.
Okay, if we're unlucky, then we'll have a Joe chasing us. Okay, we got a bit unlucky, that's okay. Just run to around here. So once you get to these stairs, you'll pick this dialogue, which is what you need to do. And now we'll stun past this Joe. And just run. Now, if you get unlucky, then there'll be a revolver human that spawns at the top of these stairs. He spawns if a certain NPC dies. So once you get over here, I'm gonna look at the flamethrower. Use the motion tracker just to check, because he might be moving, and be really careful at this shutter. So we're gonna go to the right of it, crouch, go left, go back right, and then just peek around it. And if the revolver human spawns, then you want to like stay around the corner and make sure he doesn't shoot at you. So I got lucky. He hasn't spawned. Don't worry about that NPC. Just don't kill him. If you do kill him, that's a fail state. Counts as a death. So do not kill that guy. Do a bit of looting here. So yeah, hopefully you didn't trigger the revolver human to spawn. But if you did, then just be careful. And use the flamethrower once he like comes around the corner, or like any other item, like the shotgun, should also deal with him. So I'm gonna loot here. Okay, so looted all those boxes. One more box to do here. Okay, we can't pick up that scrap, that's okay. So once you get past this door, there'll be a Joe here, but we're just gonna run past him. So he can be over here, like just chilling out. It's completely fine to run past him. Like he won't grab you as long as you're quick here. Like, even though if you do run the way I did, you get like right next to him, but he still won't grab you if you're fast. This floor Joe, you can look at him and then move away from him to stop him from grabbing you. Or alternatively, you can just run and like if you get close to the railing, then he won't grab you because he'll be out of his grab range if you just hug the railing. Okay, so now we're back in the Marshal Bureau. We're gonna go to Ricardo to trigger some dialogue, and then we're gonna loot these dead bodies. They usually don't have anything, but there's the off chance that they have something on them. At least one of them.
I don't know, but I think Samuels does.
And check the other spots here as well, so they can't be lit here. Just the center, which is nice.
I need to find him. Have you seen Taylor and Marlowe?
Check here as well. And on this table.
I think they may have got clear. Ricardo. If I go after Samuels, can you run this place?
Okay, so
I need eyes and ears.
this next part is quite interesting. So Ricardo's gonna open that door, and then the game wants us to go through there and then to the transit station. But if you do that, then you'll trigger 3 Joes to spawn, and they'll be in your way. What we're gonna do actually, instead of going through there, we're gonna save first. And then we're going to backtrack. So I guarantee no other guide will have this. But by backtracking, what we're going to do is we're going to prevent the spawns of those 3 Joes. So we'll have 3 less Joes to deal with. And in addition, it will despawn all the other Joes. Also, when you're in dark vents, you can hold out the flamethrower to get some light instead of using the flashlight. So yeah, again... we can just look at that Joe and then walk away from him while you're looking at him. So this part can be a bit confusing, so just try and follow my route. So go around these boxes and then up these stairs and then up the stairs on the left. So the only potential threat here is the Joe that we ran past, but he usually isn't in your way, and you can just run past him quite easily. So that Joe that we just heard, he's the only Joe that you'll encounter on the way to the transit station. So go this way, take another right at that shutter, go down these stairs, and you can outrun him quite easily. So don't worry about him at all. He'll lose you at a certain point. So at this hallway, just keep following it until the end. We're gonna check for some loot first. So there's a compound B. Can't really commit that to anything at the moment unless we... I guess we'll make 1 medkit and then commit that compound B. We will get a few medkits in mission 12 as well, so don't worry about making too many at the moment. And then there's some boxes and bodies we can loot here. So feel free to loot as much as you want. So if we had gone the intended way through the door that Ricardo opened, that we would have a Joe already chasing us, and then there'll be another Joe over here. We're also going to do a bit of looting in this area. So we're going to come to the right, up these stairs. Next to this ID tag, there's a loot spot. And then if you turn right a bit, there's a box heater that we'll check. That's got an ethanol, which is nice. Another loot spot there. Collect that scrap. And one last loot spot there. And then we go down to the transit station. And again, by backtracking, we avoided a Joe spawning at the transit station here. So otherwise, there would be a Joe patrolling around here that we'd have to deal with. So we want to take the first tram on the left, number 3, the one to SciMed. So hit the button, and then we're just going to wait for this tram, and I'll just do a bit of inventory management while we're here. Again, don't reload the flamethrower if you've used any flamer fuel. The shotgun and revolver, it's okay to reload if you want to, but the flamethrower you definitely don't want to reload. And the summerton as well, you can reload if you've got an extra stun charge. Okay, so we're quite good on items now. So So yeah, we'll continue forward into mission 12 once we get into this tram. Okay, we're starting off mission 12 in this tram. It'll open up and then we'll be in an area that we'll only be in for a short amount of time. But we'll do some looting here first. So you can just look around this tram station and you loot on some of these boxes. It's not worth saving because you just auto-save as it is. So you can grab anything on this barrel and anything potentially there.
You're in charge now.
Then come up these stairs.
Focus, Ricardo.
Check here.
If Samuels can talk to Apollo, he can get the androids to stand down.
And then once you go through this door, take a right up these stairs. Don't go there. You want to go through this door and then take a left and go to Sequence. Take the elevator to Sequence and Synthetics. Okay, once we're here, we're not going to access that terminal yet, but we will come back to it just in a second. So we're going to go down this hallway and loot these bodies. Usually they have quite good loot on them.
So how do I
like
get up?
way better loot than you expect on Nightmare. I'll ignore that Compound B since I already have like maxed out Compound B and I don't think I can use it on any items. Yeah. So we'll just leave that one there, but obviously you might have different loot, and also it's worth checking the table because there can be loot on the table as well. Fine. Now that we've looted those bodies, we're going to come back around here. Loot this guy as well. He wasn't there before, but the Joes just killed him, so he'll be there waiting for you to loot him. In the terminal, just grab that code. It's 8382, and then we're gonna go cut this panel and then input that code. Eight, 3, 8, 2. Okay, check there for a loot spot. Then we're going to climb in the vent. You can also use the flamethrower for lighting as well. So go across this ladder and then check over here for loot, and then come up this ladder. Then walk across here. Once you can move again, look up and we'll climb up here. And then climb into the vent. And again, we can use the flamethrower for lighting. It's also worth checking the end of this vent, because there can be an item here as well to grab. Okay, follow the vent around. And now we're going to be in an area with a bunch of Joes, but first there'll be this Joe on the ground. So we're going to look at him while we move around him. So again, this guy, if you look away from him while he's in range, he will grab you, so you want to move out of range. Alternatively, you can just shoot him with a flamethrower or a revolver shot. So we're not going to save just yet. We're going to do a few things in this area first, and then we'll save. So we're going to come out here, turn off this generator. So this is in the first room to the right. Check on the ground as well, because there can be an item there to pick up. Then ignore these side rooms. We're going to go to this room here. There can be an item here to pick up on one of these tables. So there's a bonding agent, which is good. We're also going to use the security access unit on this door. And check for any items potentially here as well. So yeah, there's only scrap for me, but that's okay. You might get different items that you can pick up. Fine. So now, ignore the room on the left. We're not going to do that generator just yet. We're going to come into this room and check for items. Scrap there, which is okay. And nothing over here. There's another spot that you can do there, potentially. Okay, we're going to turn off this first generator. And then turn around. You can loot these boxes next to this terminal. Terminal's right there. And you always get free flashlight batteries as well, so it's worth reloading and grabbing these. So yeah, now that we've done all of that, we are going to save. It's way more efficient if you save here, in case you have to reload and do this part again. So you've just cut out having to do all this once more. So now go to the second room on the right. We're going to turn this generator off, and then immediately we're going to run out of this room and then go to the locked door. There'll be a Joe that wakes up here. I'm just going to run past him. As long as we're quick enough, he won't see us. Well, he will see us, but he won't be able to catch up with us.
I can't get near.
So just run straight to this generator. And then through the door. And as long as you don't take too long, he won't catch up with us. So he's right there. He's on our tail, but we're way faster than him.
Apollo transit reserved for Sikhs and executives and synthetics only.
Right, then I'll have to find a way to talk to Apollo directly.
Biocontainment hazard level Omega. All permissions rescinded.
I don't have time.
So coming up is the Android showroom. There'll be 6 androids here, which will be activated once you hit certain triggers. And I'll try and explain it as we go. So first we're going to loot. So there's nothing on the table. That's okay. Also check this table, because there can be an item there. This guy has just got a compound B, which is fine. And don't hit that button just yet. Check here. There's a flare, which is good. Okay, so how this area works, once you hit this button to lift the lockdown, that door will turn green and it will open. And then once you get to around this line here in the ground, the androids will all wake up. What the game wants you to do is run into this next area, grab a bunch of items from the side room to the right, and then kill all the 6 Joes that wake up. And then one of them will have a keycard which you loot and then access the next area. Instead, what we're going to do is we're going to grab this keycard straight away by killing the Joe that has the keycard. And it is this Joe here. This guy will always have the keycard, so it's the first one on the left as you're walking into the room. So there are 2 main ways I'd recommend trying to kill him. Either, this is the safer way, you can place a pipe bomb at his feet, and then after you do the button, and then once you come over here, he'll activate, the pipe bomb will kill him, and then you can loot him, and then run around and go through that door. So if you have an extra pipe bomb to spare, I'd say this is a good safe strat. Instead, what I'll show is the strat we use in speedruns. On Nightmare, we'll shoot him once with the shotgun in the head. So 1 headshot. That won't kill him, so we need to hit him once with a maintenance shack as well. That will kill him, assuming we've done a clean shot with the shotgun. And then we'll loot him. And then we'll run around this way, the Joes will come like through the middle, and then we'll run to the right of the room and then exit from there. Also beware, you kind of can't move around here too well. It's a bit awkward, and you can't really like walk over that very easily, so it can be a bit tricky to maneuver here, so you want to take a good line around here. But regardless of whether you use the pipe bomb or the shotgun, come this way and then loop them around. So now we'll try and do it. So I'm going to hit the button, I'm going to walk up to, well, we're going to run up to that line, support and you run, because you need to be speedy here, and then run back, and we'll shotgun him and hit him with the jack. So run, keep running, keep running. Once you get to this line, turn around, shotgun him in the head and hit him once with the jack, loot him, and then run back this way, and then run to the right of the room. They'll all go through the middle, and then we can come through this door. And then the door will lock and they'll be trapped on the other side. That was pretty much perfect. You want to be quick with looting that Joe as well. But yeah, so now we're here. We could carry on, and if you want to loot this room at the end of the mission, you can do that. I'll just loot it now, just for simplicity. But there's no like right way to do this. So we're going to loot this guy and all the shotgun shells here. There'll be some revolver ammo here. We'll just do this clockwise. So EMP mine, Molotov, another Molotov, and a third Molotov here. And then a medkit, an EMP mine, another medkit, and then another EMP mine in the middle. And you also can get some flashlight batteries here as well. You can also loot the boxes here. I'll just loot these two, but there's some other ones that are in the room that you can loot. I'd say don't save here, it's not really worth it, because there'll be a save coming up. But yeah, make sure that you've got 3 Molotovs, 3 EMP mines, and 2 more medkits than you entered this area with. And that's everything to loot here. So yeah, if you go into this this room already having a Molotov or an EMP mine, or well, you can carry 6 medkits, so it shouldn't be an issue. But yeah, make sure you don't have any Molotovs or EMP mines going into here. But obviously, if you already crafted one, don't waste it for no reason. Just something to keep in mind in earlier missions. So yeah, we'll just run across, use the key card on this door. There can be a loot spot here as well, so just watch out here. And then come to the left, check here, because there can be loot there. And then turn off this generator. And then turn back around, and now we can save here as well. Oh, okay. It didn't save, but it's okay. You can save there. I'll just continue onwards. Doesn't really matter. But yeah, save there if you want. Okay, coming up, there'll be an area we have to shimmy across. Some vents that will be like expelling cold air, so the cold air will do damage, so you want to avoid when they're firing, so they'll be in a certain pattern. There can also be an item here, so look out for that.
Great.
So yeah, you'll see the cold air coming out of the vents here. If you look to the right and then look down at your feet when you get close, you'll see, okay, I should be able to make this one. Okay, that was fine. Okay, look down and then check where your feet are to make sure that you're like as close as possible without actually being in the cold air. And then once it's gone, you can continue. And it's worth playing this safe. I was playing it a bit risky on the first vent, but it's yeah, it's better to just play this safe. It's not worth taking damage from those vents. It's very easily avoidable. So this one I will play safe. So yeah, we'll stop. And also the timing for these vents is different every time that you do it. So you might have to stop in different spots compared to me. Okay, moving onwards. If you recall in mission 11, I said that we'll pick up a noisemaker in this mission. So this is where the noisemaker will be, coming up here. So first we're gonna just check this this box. I'll just put some blasting caps in there. You might get different loot, or you probably get different loot. There's a save station there as well. We won't do that just yet. Just check on the ground for any loot there, and then come into this vent. The noisemaker will be right there, so we'll grab that. Also, we're checking around for any other items. There's a bonding agent there, which is also nice to have. Okay, so now moving on, we can save here again. And in this next area, there'll be some cameras that we want to avoid, and you really want to be careful with these because they can spot you even though you're not in the light range. I'm gonna play this a bit safe, and I'll let it come back around. So we're gonna go to the rewire and turn it off, and then continue onwards. Alternatively, you can just like wait in the middle, and then when it goes away, you can also like move into the next room when it's clear. But just for safety, we'll use the rewires. So yeah, turn that one off. And make sure you're crouch walking as well, because these Joes can wake up if you make too much noise. And even walking will be too much noise. Okay, this one we timed well, even though that was out of our control. So yeah, go into this side room, and then the rewire is here. And then turn the camera feed off. I think there can also potentially be loot in some of these side rooms, but I'm just going to avoid checking them. But if you want to, you can, because there's a lot of free time here. So this this camera can really troll you. It's like its range is way further than that grid. So just stay in this doorway, and then move on forward once it starts moving away. And the rewire for this one isn't actually in this room. It's on the wall there. So don't go into this room expecting a rewire to be there, because you will be disappointed. So yeah, now we'll do this rewire and turn that camera off, and then we'll do a hack to open the door to the next area. Okay, and once you come over here, you can start running if you want. We'll grab this SCJ. So yeah, check that bed for any loot. There can be loot on some of these boxes as well, so it's worth checking them. So you can save as well before you enter this area, but I know what to do here, so I'm avoiding saving. But yeah, if you want to save there, you can. So yeah, you need to look at Samus to trigger this this scene, and then at a certain point, we're going to have to turn off these generators, but you have to do them in a specific order. So we always start with the red one, and then the order is that we go around the room. So just go in a clockwise manner. So the next one will be blue, and then the green one there. It's quite straightforward, but if you do one out of order, then you will die. So if you don't know the order, then it's worth saving. But yeah, we'll just do them in a circle. You can also use this time to commit some components as well.
You need to do it in the correct order, or the cascade will be fatal for me. I'm Accessing seeks and schematics. Remove the red cable first.
Okay, red first.
Okay, so as I said, red first always. And then do a 180 and go to the blue one. Another 180 and this green one. You don't have to do this really quickly, but you can't like wait around for too long. But yeah, there's no like urgency per se. Okay, and the last one is the one facing where Samuels is at.
You're dying.
You talk like I've had an actual life. I thank you for that.
Samuels.
The Apollo transit is open. Once you get into the core, it will talk to you.
You did that for me.
I wanted Amanda Ripley to have closure.
Okay, what's going to happen now is these doors will open up, and then we'll be able to do some looting, and then
Ricardo,
we'll go back the way we came. So there's a save over here that I avoided now, but we'll save that in a second.
Samuels is gone.
So instead of actually going through that door, which is where you're meant to go, we're going to go to a room and do some looting first.
I'll get Apollo to lift the
So if you
lockdown.
go around clockwise, like to the right, you can do this hack once the objective updates. And that will open up this door. There's potentially some loot here. We got a bit unlucky and there's nothing for us, but you might get some items to pick up, which would be ideal. But yeah, it's always worth checking. And then we're going to go back, take a left here, and through this door. There's another room here, so we're going to loot this and then save. So there's a bonding agent, which is good. Bolt gun ammo, which is a bit weird because we haven't got the bolt gun yet, but the game can be a bit weird like that sometimes, giving you ammo for things that you don't have access to. Sorry, we'll save first before we continue onwards. So yeah, exit that room and then save. Okay, so now we're going to go through the way we came, but instead of going the way, like, instead of crouch walking through this whole area like we did before, we're going to go through the vents, and the reason for that is there's a Joe that's patrolling around, and you could stun past him, but for safety I'm just going to use the vents. And just be careful with the flashlight as well, because you don't want to like shine it upwards and then the Joe sees that. And that's also a reason why you shouldn't use the flamethrower here for lighting as well. But yeah, just to avoid a potential grab, we are going to go through the vents here. There's also a potential loot spot to the right here, so there's an SUJ, which is good. So I think you can see the Joe. Actually, no, you can't see him just yet. But yeah, this is the last room. So we're gonna climb out of here. You might want to check the tracker just to see if there's movement. Then just crouch walk out of here. Or if you want to run, you can. It might be a bit safer to avoid him seeing you. But as long as he hasn't seen you, you are safe to save here again. If he has seen you, then just run. Don't bother saving here, because he can catch up. Okay, but yeah, once you've saved, you're free to run. And then we're gonna use this tram coming up here but there's something really important to note. So this prompt here, only hit it once. Do not hit it more than once. Just tap it. We've hit it once, don't hit it again. If you spam the use button there, what can happen is this tram can teleport to the other side and then teleport back, and during that time you'll fall and die from fall damage. And I've seen that happen so many times, so just don't do that. Just hit the prompt once.
I'm looking after Wayland-Yutani interests.
And I'm looking to get out of this fucking cell. Maybe we can do it again.
Maybe. This is being recorded. You understand?
I saw. Red lights on.
I want data.
So now that we've taken the elevator back, take a left, and then hit the button to call the transit. And then you can have some time to organize your inventory.
I can probably agree to those terms. What the fuck?
Taylor! Taylor, get me out of this cell right now! Get me out!
I heard it.
I don't really need another medkit, but I'm still debating whether to actually make this. But yeah, I think I'll avoid making it for now, because I doubt we'll even need 5 medkits for the rest of the game. But yeah, it's up to you how you want to like go about crafting items. I'll like point out items that you definitely want to craft, and the Molotovs and EMP mines and medkits in this mission that we picked up in that room you definitely want to get, so don't avoid those. But yeah, now we're going to take this transit all the way to mission 13. Right, we're now into mission 13. Right off the bat, I'll say that if you haven't reloaded any of your weapons, that's good. You want to keep them not reloaded, so don't hit the reload button for any of them, because we're going to give them up and lose all the ammo that we have inside them. So immediately after getting out of the tram, we're going to go to this side room on the left and loot these boxes. There's a chance there can be 1 or 2 items, so it's still worth having a look. Okay, we didn't get anything, but that's fine. We're going to go up this way. Check here for a loot spot as well. Can be something on that thing. And then we're going to give up our weapons. So we're going to give up the revolver, shotgun, and flamethrower.
I'll bet.
We'll still keep the stun baton though, so that will still be usable, but it won't be too helpful in this mission, because there's going to be a bunch of Super Joes, as we call them, but I'll explain them in a second. For now, have a look here for a loot spot. We've already maxed out on flares, so we can't make that.
Ricardo, the way-in's blocked off.
The schematics they use for the Sevastopol sales tour should be nearby. See if there's a back door.
Okay, let's see. There's a power conduit that links to the Apollo core. I can use that.
You think you'll fit?
Okay, look, if you see on the right, the code is there.
Take some deep breaths, squeeze, easy.
I'm not coming up there to pull you out if you get stuck.
So 4930. Ignore that save point, by the way. We don't need to save here at all. So I'm gonna take a right to this blue door and then take a left here. So in this area, there's going to be 2 hacks that we have to do. There's 1 hack here. We're going to check here for some loot first. There can be something on that yellow box. Okay, once you've done that hack, I'm going to backtrack through the way we came.
I've pulled up the Apollo schematics here. It looks like you can get to the access to the turbine shaft.
Take a right here, and then go across to the orange side. Again, you don't need to save, so don't worry about that. Once you're through this door, take a right, and then a left, and then we'll do another hack. And then after that hack, we'll need to be a bit quick to get to the turbine room. Because if we're too slow, then the turbine will activate again.
Way should be clear.
So yeah, go back the way we came, take a right here. and then this door that opens up on the right, you want to go through there, and then up this ladder. Okay, follow this vent.
This is gonna be tight.
Good luck.
And once you drop down here, go right.
You're getting deeper into Apollo and your radio signal's getting faint. I'm gonna lose you soon.
And then once you get to this like kind of crossroads, take a right again.
There's gonna be lots of Joes down there, Rip. Could be dangerous.
Samuel sacrificed himself so I could get here.
And then we're going to drop down here. Don't save. There'll be a save point there, but don't save just yet.
Me too.
Okay, first we're going to check these shelves for any loot. So there's nothing on this shelf, which is fine. There's some scrap here, but nothing else. So here you can take your time and organize your inventory. I'm going to make a third pipe bomb. You likely won't need all of these pipe bombs, but it's good just to have as many as you can get. Noisemakers are also quite useful in the late game. Smoke bombs and flashbangs you don't really need, but if you want to like put components in just to make space to pick up more, then that's fine as well. And also commit one bonding agent to a medkit, but we probably won't need all these medkits. Fine, okay, I'll pick that up, and now we're going to save. So this area is like a big circle. There's like a blue half of it and then an orange half. I say blue and orange because of the doors. The doors will be blue on one side and orange on the other side. We're going to go through the blue side and then do a hack like on the other side of the circle, and then come back around through the orange side. And there'll be a bunch of Super Joes patrolling around. So the Super Joes are the ones in the hazmat suits. They don't get stunned by the stun baton unless they're in a grab animation, but don't try and stun them when they're grabbing you. So if you do this slowly and you crouch walk through the area, then it can be fine, but it's more risky. We're just gonna run through, and if you don't take too long, and if you follow the route that I take, then it should be quite safe. There's only one Joe that can be in your way, basically. But if he's in your way, then what you want to do is you want to just swing the wrench at him. He will block it and he will punch you, so it will do a bit of damage. But then after that, you can just run past him and he won't grab you again after that. Alternatively, you can just lure him out, but we'll get to that in a second. So yeah, just run and don't be too slow. So we're going to take a right, grab the gas mask. There can be loot there, so just check. And there can be loot here as well. Once you've got the gas mask, run through here, take a right, and then a left here, and then go through here. This is where the Joe can be. So if he's here, then just swing at him, and then run past. Otherwise, if you get lucky like I do, you can just run through. So the Joes are chasing you at this point, so we want to get to this hack, and then do this. There's a save in this room as well, but we're not going to do that. So we need to be a bit quick here. So once you've done that, go through this door to the right of that save. Just keep running. There's a Joe there, but just ignore him. Just run through this room. And then take a left. And then take a right here. There'll be a Joe close by as well, so you want to activate this console. And then this console. And this console. So those three specific consoles will get you access to the core. Can do an item there, and then go through this vent. So immediately after we get out of this vent, we're gonna turn and hit this button, and then go back in, and then we'll be able to do a mini game, which will lower the security access. Well, security for a hack that we'll have to do. Okay, hit that, but sure. So if you don't do at least one minigame here in these vents, then this hack is basically impossible to do. Well, I say basically, it just is impossible. If you're still having trouble with this hack, even after doing one minigame, then go into that vent and hit that button and do the minigame there, and that'll make the hack easier. But I'll just do it on one. But yeah, don't worry if you can't get it just with one minigame done. There's always a second one there. And now we're just going to wait for this walkway to open up, and then we'll run forward and start a cutscene. So I should mention about Super Joes, the version 1 pipe bombs that we have, if we were on Novice, that would be able to kill a Super Joe, but because we're on Nightmare, a V1 pipe bomb won't kill a Super Joe. I think you need a V3, I think V2 won't even do it. So yeah, that's something to keep in mind. Yeah, for now we'll do the cutscene.
What the hell? Two days after we left? You're kidding me. Sons of bitches! It isn't on the damn station. What? Fuck.
Okay, after that cutscene, we're just going to run back out, and then this ladder will open up.
Wayland Yutani, building better worlds.
So yeah, this is one of the missions which, if you're playing casually, it can be quite daunting the first time, but if you know where to go and you're quick about it, you can make it a lot easier. Because we don't have to, like, you know, stealth past the Super Joes. But yeah, that's mission 13 done, and then we'll go to mission 14 now. Okay, here we go with mission 14, one of the longest and most challenging missions. At the start, there's going to be 3 areas with Joes, and we're going to have to deal with them. But we're not going to kill them, because obviously on Nightmare, it's not the most optimal way. We're going to distract them, and then, you know, work around them. To start off with, we're going to go through this door, and this one, and then take a left, and do this generator. So, as I said, we're going to distract some Joes coming up. You could use flares or noisemakers, or if you want to, you can use EMPs to kill them. But instead of that, I've developed some strategies that we can use that just involve using the maintenance jack to hit some surfaces, and that's going to allow us to, like, you know, distract them with sound. Also, there's an item spot here, so you can grab that if you want. There's something there. So yeah, I'm gonna save. And then we're gonna move on to this first area. So immediately you can run through this door, and then go to this barrel, and we're gonna hit it. And then immediately go to the right and through this vent. Get the tracker out as well. You see the Joe's coming by. You might want to peek around the corner just to see if he's in the doorway. So make sure you don't go too soon, otherwise he will see you. And then crouch walk to this table. Gonna hit the corner, and then turn left and keep going. The sound of that hit is gonna draw him towards there, so you see he's there. And then keep crouch walking into this room. We're avoiding the cameras as well because those will make sound if you trigger them. So grab the torch upgrade. We need this, and then you can grab a item there as well if there's something, and then just walk through the doorway. I just turned around to make sure he's not looking at us in our direction, because he can do that sometimes. And then just wait here for this to pass, and then once it's passed, we can walk around, and then from here we don't need to crouch walk anymore because we're out of listening range. Fine, so that's basically the first section done. Just need to cut this panel. And since we have the fully upgraded torch, we can cut through panels pretty quickly. Okay, climb through. In the next area, we're also going to use the maintenance jack to make some noise to distract this next coming Joe. There's another item spot there you can loot. I'm going to save as well. So what I'm going to do, it's going to look quite risky at the start, but it's actually quite safe. So the Joe here, he's not hostile until you get to a certain point. So while he's not hostile, we can actually run around and he won't notice us. So we're going to run through the doorway, turn to the right here, keep running, don't hesitate at all. Run to this generator, and we're going to power this up. If you look to the right, you'll see that he's moving now. And then walk to this vending machine, and then we're going to hit that. And then crouch walk, and then we're going to move around here. The Joe, he's over there. So he's walking to the left of that thing. Then from here you can regular walk. Check the loot there, and then power this up. So this next bit, it looks like he'll be able to see you, but he actually can't see you while you're doing this. So once you've done that, immediately crouch and wait behind here. And then now we're going to wait for him to move. You can either go left or right, and like there's a few different like patterns for his movement, so you kind of have to judge it yourself. And okay, that's the weird pattern, but either way, that's fine as well. As long as he's not seeing you while you're moving in this direction, that's completely fine. So we're going to come here, and now we're going to hit this. That's going to draw him here. So we're going to wait around this corner, peek to the left. Make sure you're not in his line of sight for too long as well while you're peeking. So you want to like come out of peek, and then power this up. Again, this looks like it's risky, but he never spots you because he's behind the thing over there. And then immediately go to this generator and stay crouch walking as well, because he will hear you if you walk. And then power this up. He still hasn't spotted us. Now we're going to hit this to bring him this way. And then drop down. You can loot an item on that spot as well if there's something, but otherwise we're just going to walk down, or drop down, sorry, and then follow this around to the right. So in these first two areas there were regular Joes, but coming up we're going to have to deal with the Super Joe. It doesn't really change anything other than the fact that we can't stun it if we want to try and kill it with the stun baton, I mean. But yeah, we don't need to kill it at all, and you'll see why. So we're gonna save. And walk through here. Actually, you can run in this part as well. It's fine. Okay, so once you get through this door, crouch here, hit the left side of this table, and then turn that on, and then go to this corner to the right. You'll see that the Joe's coming around, and we want to peek to the right while we're in this corner, and he won't see us. If you don't peek, he does see you, and also when he gets like there, you can start moving again. It's important you hit the left side of that table as well, otherwise he might be like
Some damage.
further to the left and that, or to our left, and he might see us while we're hiding. So once you've triggered that, go to utility. 6832 is the code. We have some time here to loot these as well, because he's distracted by the radio as well as the sound. There's an item spot there you can loot. And okay, he's coming this way, so that's fine. We can lure him around here. If you play it a bit sneakier, you can just juke him over there. But we can just lure him around here. So yeah, he's over there. We're just gonna go by here. You can check the table as well for loot. So there was a sensor there, which is quite nice. But that's randomized as well. So yeah, keep running. We want to just run through this part to the right, and then this way to the elevator. And call that. We have a little bit of time to kill as well, so I'm gonna just check my items. I'm doing quite good on a lot of stuff, so just commit a few things there. And then take the elevator up.
Ricardo, you ever been to the reactor?
Never took that at all.
I did some training in one. Seems like a lifetime ago.
Okay, so here there's an item spot on this bench that you can check, and actually there's another item spot there and potentially there as well. I think this can also be an item spot, as well as that. There's a few different spots here, so there'll probably be one item at least. But yeah, we got Sunbaton charge, which is actually really nice because that's the rarest item in the game. Okay, fine. Now we're gonna get the shotgun and revolver back. We still haven't got the flamethrower, but we'll get that soon. Okay, climb up the ladder, and then we're going to take a safety save here. In the next area, there's going to be 4 Super Joes. We are not going to kill them. Even if you do kill them, when you return to this part, they respawn, so there's literally no point in killing them. Once you get to this door, stay walking, and then hit this button. And then we're going to crouch, and then go to the back right corner of this platform, and then peek to the right. This will make our character model less visible, because they can still spot you even like from that distance. Like you can see that Joe on the left there. So this Joe over here, he'll always be there. The other Joes are random, like where they're placed. But there are certain patterns. So we saw that Joe who's on the console, like over there, right there, he was quite quick. Otherwise, if you see that he's like walking over there right now, then you might need to like wait behind one of these boxes. But yeah, we got lucky with his pattern. So they're moving to the left. We're going to go to the right instead, and then just check over here because there can be a Joe coming this way. Okay, we got the Joe. So you can see that he's right there. We're gonna wait over here. We're actually being blocked by this thing, so he can't see us, which is good. And then he's gonna turn and do whatever on that console. We're gonna walk by. Okay, we actually got really unlucky with this Joe. Okay, I'm gonna just run by. So we got very unlucky with that fourth Joe who was in our way. So usually he won't be there, but there is a chance. But if you play it safely, then you should be able to just get by them. The worst case scenario, you might have to stun past them with the revolver or like any other weapon. But that works the same as for any other Joe. Just wait for them to grab you, and then in the grab animation, just shoot them. Okay, coming up is the nest. In this section, at the start, there are no enemies, so we are going to just run around and it's going to be completely safe. We're also going to get the flamethrower back, which is really nice, because we need this. Definitely to deal with the alien.
God, no.
So now we've got the flamethrower.
Ricardo, they're all
here, like I said, you can run around. We're going to check for some loot spots. So there's a spot there. There's also a spot here as well, potentially. We didn't get anything, but that's okay. You can also loot some of the bodies here as well, or on the walls. Also, don't save. I repeat, do not save, because we're going to save on the way back. There's no point in saving, because we just got an autosave at the start of that elevator, well, when it just came into this area. So we're going to go through the red door to the Alpha Core. You can loot these bodies as well. I only need loot 2, but there are more bodies you can loot. There's a facehugger here. There is a trick you can use to like kind of despawn him, but I'll count that as like a minor glitch, so I'll avoid that. We're just gonna use the flamethrower. Oops. Make sure you don't miss. But yeah, if you run like straight to that keyboard, then he does despawn and he won't get you. But you have to be quick to get to that keyboard. There are also some eggs which haven't been activated yet. So if you get too close to them, you will trigger them. So make sure you're not getting too close while you're looting stuff. So here you can see I'm going to check over here. So there can be items on this desk and these shelves. We didn't get anything, but that's okay. Make sure you don't get too close to that, as I said. If you want to loot those items as well, like anything on those shelves or in that box, you have to take care of that egg as well. So I'm going to avoid that. Okay, so hit that lever and then this one. And then we're going to walk back the way we came. So now the enemies are going to be active. There's going to be a few aliens in this area. Once you get to this bend, start crouch walking, because if you regular walk, then the alien can hear you. So this next strategy is going to be quite specific. So I recommend that you save here and then try and follow what I do. I'll explain it the best I can though as we go along. So immediately run. This is important. It's important that you do run where I do as well, because we want to manipulate the alien's movement and where he drops. Okay, so run out of this vent as well. And listen out for a screech. So that's a screech. Crouch. Heal that hugger. Keep running. There'll be an alien that drops here. We're going to keep running, run around the bend, and then hug the right wall, and then go to the vent. And that's completely safe. You can alternatively go straight for the vent instead of hugging the right wall, but it's a bit safer to just hug the wall. Here, we're going to shoot the revolver, and then do this generator. The point of shooting the revolver is so that the aliens go up into the vents, because they can't get to us when we're in this area or in this vent. Okay, so crouch walk to this vent. You can loot this body, and then wait a second and equip a molly. The alien will keep walking that way. We're gonna plant a molly here, and then get a noisemaker out. Alternatively, you can use the flare, but it's a bit riskier that way. And we're going to throw that noisemaker there. Now we're going to walk. And then do this console. Get the flamethrower out. Okay, the alien vented. You really need to listen out here for the alien to where it drops. Okay. We got unlucky with the pattern. If he drops here, just flame him. He can also alternatively drop right on you. Also, don't save. Don't take the safety save over there. You would have noticed the save station. We don't want to save there, otherwise that messes with this. So flame that hugger as well. If you save, by the way, you'll get another hugger in your way. So don't save there. Okay, and now we want to run through the middle of this room and then take a left here. It's important you do that because there'll be an alien in the vents. Okay, you also want to listen out for an alien to drop. If an alien drops, then you want to wait here and hold the flamethrower up, and he'll put his arms up. When he puts his arms up, you can go straight for the button. So that's called a threaten. So you can actually threaten the alien when you hold the flamethrower out. And while he's in that animation where he's putting his arms up, he can't move. So as he's stuck, we can take advantage of that. And as I said, if an alien drops, I'll just pause here for a second. If an alien drops while you're running to the elevator, you want to turn around immediately and hold the flamethrower out, and then wait for him to stop and put his arms up, and then go for the elevator button. But if he doesn't drop and you hear that there's, or if you don't hear him drop, then it should be safe to just hit the button straight away. Okay, so now this is essentially the last area with enemies. There's going to be 4 Super Joes. We're going to kill them. It's quite likely that you won't have got a any extra bolt gun ammo at this point, so we should have one bolt gun shot already in the bolt gun when we picked it up, and then that will take care of one of the Super Joes, and then the other Joes will use the shotgun to kill. It will take 3 clean headshots to kill a single Super Joe on Nightmare. So usually it takes about either 3 or 4 for if I don't do like a clean headshot. But the maximum that should take up is about 12 shots. So we should have more than that. It should be fairly doable. So here we go. We're going to run forward. We're going to equip the bolt gun. You can also check the top of these boxes for any items. So there's a fair there, which is fine. Okay, so take the left side. So more you take the left side, it's a bit easier that way.
This is what's going to happen. There are emergency overflow circuits
Okay.
that feed excess power into the local capacitor
Do the
banks
alpha
on
core,
each tower. If I
lever,
decouple them
and then
discharge the
now
system, the purge will be external. The
we're going to
nest
just
will
wait
be
for this
harm's
Joe.
way. Just find something to hold on to.
Okay, we're going to use the shotgun on the rest of these Joes. Okay, don't miss. So that's 1, 2, 3, okay. Four. 1, 2. Yeah, missed that one slightly. Also, be careful when you're shooting on stairs, because they can get like quite close to you while you're like trying to line up the shot. Okay, so there we go. That was 3 shots. You can loot these bodies as well. I'm just not going to bother because they usually don't have anything. Okay, so now we have to do a few mini games now that we've taken care of all of those Joes. So come to this one, do that, and then go right and do the mini game on this console. And then take another right, and now we're gonna do the beta core. But the game's actually giving me a lot of bolt gun ammo that you usually don't get on Nightmare. Okay, so pull that lever, and then go back this way, and then take a right. And then this one. Usually if I get green mini games, I just back out because it's slow. And then take another right. Okay, once you've done this mini game, there's going to be 4 Joes that spawn in. So those are the Joes. So we're just going to run to the lever at by the elevator. So run back to the elevator region. Okay, and then we can go back the other way, and we're going to wait for a bit when we get to about like here-ish. You see that there's Joes on like either side. It might look quite dangerous right now, but the game will actually kill the Joes for us. So if we wait around, they'll just catch on fire and then die automatically. So they're on fire now, and this one should die any second now. There we go. And you can loot these bodies as well, but I'm just gonna avoid that. Oh. Okay, sorry, I thought it was still an item. So yeah, look out on top of these boxes as well, because there can be items to collect. So a few other things about the flamethrower, now that I reloaded it, it reminded me to discuss these things. So on every other difficulty, if you flamethrower the alien, he'll like run away, and like if you get like close to him, then he can like, you know, knock you down while he's in the animation to run away.
I'm about to approach the nest.
I'll just pause for a second. So yeah, if you scare him off, then he can knock you down if you're too close to him while he's like on his way to a vent. On Nightmare, that doesn't happen, so there's no knockdown. He'll just kill you straight away if he catches you. So you want to keep your distance at all times. And also, that's another thing I should have said about killing the Super Joes. Make sure you're keeping your distance and don't get too close to them while you're trying to use the shotgun. And then the other thing about the flamethrower is that you would have seen when I flamethrower that alien in the nest on the way out. I was tapping the flamethrower button like 3 times essentially, instead of holding the fire button. So if you tap it like tap tap tap, then that's a more efficient way to actually flame targets rather than just holding the button. But yeah,
Hang
cool.
tight.
Okay. Another thing I should point out about the nest is that the noisemaker I threw and the Molotov I planted, what's meant to happen is that the alien will get distracted by the noisemaker, and then you can pull the levers to activate the beta core, and then while you're running out of the area, he'll run towards you and then run into the Molotov. Sometimes it doesn't work that way. Like, he vented early, which means that we got the others drop for the alien. But that's okay. Like, usually he will hit the Molotov. Okay, so here we're going to do a bit of looting. So if you go to the right here, there's some potential items. Okay, we can actually craft a 3rd Molotov here because we picked up the ingredients for. Well, we used the Molotov anyway, so we'll have space for that. So yeah, it can be items here as well. I think it can be something on that barrel. And there's some revolver ammo there, which is nice. And then in this room, usually there's nothing in these boxes, but it's always worth checking. Fine. Yep. And there's like 1 or 2 other potential spots where there's loot here. So we're gonna call the transit to SciMed, which is number 2. Potentially item here. Oh, flamethrower fuel, that's nice. And another flare and ethanol. Apparently the game thinks I haven't got enough of those. Okay, I'll grab the ethanol at least. And yeah, that should be everything for mission 14. You can do some inventory management here as well. Yeah, I think I'm good on stuff. Fine. Yeah, no point in saving as well because we're about to head to mission 15, and there's going to be an autosave right at the start. But yeah, hopefully that helps with getting through mission 14. It can be quite challenging, and there's a lot of randomness to some of the encounters. I say some of them. Basically, all the encounters have some element of RNG. But yeah, so we'll go to mission 15 now. Okay, this is mission 15. This one's quite straightforward. There's actually not much that can go wrong at all in this mission. Yeah, it's quite straightforward. The only caveat is that you need to know where to go and where like the 1 or 2 enemies are. So immediately we're gonna walk out to the left. There's a save point behind us, but we don't need to save because the game just auto-saved, and we'll get another auto-save like very soon.
We've got to get to it. Is it docking?
So just walk up these stairs to the left. Keep going, and then we're gonna cut that panel.
Got it.
So the alien is active in this area, so we just need to be careful to not run. We don't need to. Potential loot spot there and on the left as well. Got a blasting cap on the right, which is nice. And then another potential loot spot to our right here. Okay, and then take this elevator to the primary care floor. So even though the game just auto-saved at the start of the mission, we're going to get another autosave once we load into this next area. If you look on the top right, it should show up any second now. There we go. It's the autosave icon. So immediately we're going to dip to the left through this door. You're going to follow this hallway around to the left. You can go through that room alternatively. It's not any slower. Okay, so there is a Super Joe over here, but we're actually just going to completely avoid getting grabbed by him. So we're going to just lure him this way. Just loot this guy while we're at it. Oh, flame fuel. Yeah, that was definitely worth looting. Yeah, he's no real threat here. So we're gonna go to the left side of this first, and then draw him around, and then just go around here. Okay, and then once we've juked him, just follow this whole way around. So if you take too long here, then the alien will drop. But it's like, you know, if you're not wasting time, then it should be fine. And just keep your eyes peeled for any loot that you can see. And the Super Joe has lost us at this point. He won't be following us anymore. So you can grab the Flashbang version 3 blueprint here, and then if you go to the back right corner of this room, there'll be the upgrade for the hack tuner. So now we've got level 3 access. And since we have both that and the level 3 plasma torch and the gas mask, we can now access basically the whole station. So if you want to do any backtracking to like collect items that you can't get, that weren't accessible when you got to those areas before, like if you needed like the V3 hack tool, you can get them now.
What about you?
Otherwise we're just going to keep going onwards onto the Anisadora. Okay, now that we're on the Anisadora, the alien isn't here anymore, so we can just run around, and obviously there won't be any aliens to drop. We don't need to take the safety save, but I'll just save anyway. Because the game doesn't auto-save here, so we'll just take that instead. Keep going forward through this door. And then follow this round. And then we need to go and grab a code from this terminal. It would be 4510, sorry. So if you go to the technician's report, code's there, 4510. That'll give you access to this area, and then we need to restart these 2 generators. That's generator 1, and then the second one is here. Now we just need to wait for a hack to show up here. In the meanwhile, you can just make sure all your guns are reloaded. Okay, and then after you've done that hack, we'll just need to wait for this door to open up. So the only other enemy in this mission is a facehugger. You can save if you want to before dealing with the facehugger, but I'm just going to avoid doing a safety save. So if you want to save, go back that way and then take the save on the wall. Otherwise, go through this door. Make sure the flamethrower is ready. Or if you want to use the revolver or shotgun, you can get those out as well. But make sure you have a weapon ready. And then once you hear the screech, go back a bit, and then shoot the hugger. Or you can use the wrench as well. One thing I should tell you about the wrench is that if you use the maintenance jack to kill huggers, then that does do a bit of damage to you because of the acid blood of the huggers. It's about like 15%, I think. Can be items on these boxes as well, so keep your eyes peeled for those as well. I think there can be an item here. Yeah, there's a shotgun shot, which is nice. Yeah, quite a lot of hacks to do in this mission. Also another loot spot there. You don't need to save here as well, but you can take that save if you want to. The game will auto-save in a second. So yeah, once you get to here, trigger this cutscene.
Added report. Personal message. This is for my daughter. Hi, Amanda. I'm recording this for you, my sweetheart, and I hope you get to hear it one day. You see, I got into trouble. My ship, there was an accident, sweetheart, and we found an alien creature. It was very dangerous, and the only way we could stop it was to destroy the ship. I'm okay. I'm stuck on this lifeboat, long way out. But we had to destroy the ship. We had to destroy the Nostromo. We just couldn't risk bringing that thing home with us. I needed to protect you. Don't worry. Don't worry about me. I'm sure I'll see you very soon. I love you, sweetheart.
Oh my god.
So once you can take control of Ripley again, we can check for some loot here actually. So there and on the table as well, there can be like some items. Usually there'll be at least one item. But yeah, so the game gave us some scrap.
You'll destroy the ship and the station.
At this point, you want to like double check that everything's reloaded. We're gonna heal also because mission 16 can be a bit sketchy. At least the start of it can be fairly sketchy because we're gonna have to deal with some humans.
Listen to me! We don't have to do this!
Stop! Stop it, Marlo!
Marlo, please.
You heard what your mother did. She understood. If she was here, she'd be helping me. You think she would want company suits knowing the zip code of that creature? No one must know.
Okay, it should be, well, we have way more items than we need. But yeah, obviously your loot situation might be different. So it's worth just double checking like what items you have.
Taylor, I'll stop the overload. You
Yeah.
have to help me. Go to that console.
So just doing a few mini games now, or at least just a few jobs.
Open the fusion system so I can work on them. I need power sent to the auxiliary generator. Look for the letters AUX.
So just be ready to activate this generator. So if you see on the top right, the game's auto-saving now.
Okay, you're doing good, Taylor.
Okay, and
Now
then
switch the
be ready
maintenance
to
terminal from auto to manual.
do the hack
Do you
here.
see it? It'll be there,
And if you take too long doing these jobs as well, then it is a death. So make sure you're not waiting around for too much. And then the game doesn't tell you to do this, but you need to do this generator as well, or this conduit, whatever it's called.
Fuck! Marlo forced an overload. The ship's gonna tear itself apart.
Okay, and then once Taylor dies, I'm just gonna have to run out of here. So just run back the way we came. And then now once you can control Ripley again, look to the right and then keep going. Left here. And we're very close to ending the mission. As I said, it's quite straightforward. Not really anything that can go wrong. It's still worth taking a few safety saves just in case. Okay, take right here, and then once you hit this, that's mission 15 done.
Ricardo.
Right, so time for mission 16. the alien isn't here until like after the spacewalk, which is halfway through the mission, so we can run around. Having said that, in the area coming up, there will be 6 human enemies. 2 of them will have revolvers, the other 4 have shotguns. Make sure you check that loot spot, by the way, forgot to mention, and there can be loot on that thing as well. Right, these enemies will have armor also, so they're harder to kill, like they'll tank more damage. And their positions, the positions are very set patterns, but it's random which pattern you get, so you need to kind of like adapt to like the pattern that you see. So we're gonna walk from here, then about here you can crouch walk, and then peek around the corner just to check that there's no one looking directly at you. We're gonna get flare out, or you can use a noisemaker. I'm gonna throw that in the middle of the room. So either flare, noisemaker, or any other like distracting item, and then just like check around this corner. There can be a human here, so that shotgun guy, he can be either here or like down these steps as well, so just make sure that he doesn't spot you. Then we're going to crouch walk to the left here. Stay crouch walking because they can hear you if you regular walk. They're quite sensitive like that. I'm not sure like why. I guess it's because it's Nightmare. Anyway, we're going to cut this panel. So they'll all be distracted by the flare. As I said, a noisemaker or smoke bomb or flashbang will also work, and I guess an EMP as well. But don't use a Molotov or pipe bomb. So there's different ways to deal with the humans. This method, we're gonna get a Super Joe to kill them. The Super Joe is in this room to the right. You'll see he's behind a locked door there. We're gonna open the door and get him to like deal with the humans. They'll never actually kill the Super Joe. He has too much health. So just keep going down this way, and then when you get to this corner, just peek around it to make sure there's no human here, because there can be a revolver guy standing right here. Come around here, and then we're going to use the Axis Chino on this terminal. And once you're done with that, just check again to the left to make sure that there aren't any humans coming this way. If there are, then you want to hide in the corner here. Get to utility, do the door access. That'll open that door up, and now the Super Joe's going to come out. So you can see there's a human like right there. You can see his legs. Hopefully he doesn't come down here, but we're going to just wait for the Joe to kill everyone and then leave this area. The Joe can come after you as well, but if you like stay hidden, then he'll go after the humans first. So yeah, he'll be going off to the left. We're just going to wait in the room that he came from, so that room over there. So yeah, if you listen out now, you'll hear that there'll be gunfire. We're also going to use the motion tracker to like just see like where targets are. And then we can get some loot here as well. Usually there's a few items we can pick up. And then we'll just hide behind this yellow box. Right, let's just see what we can craft. Yeah, I'll keep my components where they are right now. You can play it safe and just like stay behind the box for a few minutes or so while the Joe takes care of the humans. I'm just gonna check where they're at. So this is kind of like a bit of improv that you have to do. There's no real like set path because it's kind of random how the Joe moves and where the humans go. But he will kill them all. Like he does find them all. Okay, so you can see the Joe's coming this way, so we're gonna just back away from that door because we don't want him to see us if he opens that. So it looks like there's a human in that room over there. So he was going to take care of them, it looks like. Just peek around this corner. Yeah, so there's a human right there. The Joe will come that way. Because he'll be patrolling around. So just take your time with this, there's no rush. If you stay in this general area, and especially in that room, then it's very safe. There's basically no chance of like actually dying. Unless you get really unlucky and a human like starts running this way. Yeah, you can see that the Joe's coming towards them. He's like the dot on the right. And I will say, don't leave this area until you know that all the humans are dead. Because when we return to this this place, if you leave before everyone's dead, then humans can still be alive here. And the main two threats are the two revolver guys, because they can one-shot you even if you have full health. The shotgun guys don't do that much damage, actually. The max they can do per shot is like 12.5% off your total health. Okay, so the Joe's taken care of every human except one, which is the last shotgun guy at the end of the corridor. So we're just gonna sneak through. You can loot the dead bodies as well if you want, and there'll usually be loot on these tables. So on this table in this room there'll be loot, and then in the other room we passed, they can also be loot there. So just keep crouch walking. And use your tracker as well. Your tracker's your friend. Okay. Oh, hi. So that's fine. If he sees you, that's completely fine. Because we're gonna like make a run for it in a second. And actually he loses you quite easily as well. So you just need to back away from him a bit. Okay, now he's moving that way. He might have actually taken care of the shotgun guy at the end of the corridor. Usually he doesn't. Okay, we're just gonna keep going. I think he has. Yeah, so he's killed this guy. Usually he'll leave this guy alive, like he won't come far enough to kill this guy. If that guy is alive, he'll either be over there, or like he'll be like patrolling around here. He might be in this room if you don't see him. So he could be like at the base of the stairs. He doesn't do a lot of damage to you, but like obviously you want to avoid as much damage as possible. So sneak up to him when you're crouch walking, and then you can either use your guns or you can just like hit him with a maintenance jack 4 times. Yeah, it takes 4 hits because he's got armor. But yeah, usually it's quite easy to deal with him. But just be aware that he might be over here as well, so he might give you a bit of a jump scare if you're not paying attention. But yeah, you can run from here once you get to the stairs. We're not going to save there. I'm going to come around here. Check for any scrap. Can't really make much. Don't really need another noisemaker right now. I guess there's no harm in making one. Fine. And okay, so over here, when we return to this area, an alien's going to come through that door. What we're going to do is we're actually going to like make noise by running that way, which is the intended way, but the alien's going to come after us. So what we're going to do is, like, you see this vent? We're going to place a Molotov underneath it. A pipe bomb will work as well, but I'm just used to using a molly here, so I'll place that molly like just under that vent. When we get to about like the door over there that we just got through, he's going to start running towards us and he'll trigger the molly, and that will mean that he's in the vent and he won't drop when we go downstairs. So that's how we're going to deal with the alien on the return. We'll just keep that molly there, or a pipe bomb, like I said.
Marlowe's permissions are still logged at this terminal. If we had the coordinates for the torrents, we could align the transmitter dishes manually, bypass Apollo completely.
There's an observatory near the comms array, right?
Yeah. You should be able to find the torrent's coordinates using that. I'll get the door for you.
Okay, so once Ricardo opens up the door, Gonna keep going and call the elevator. So once we get out of the elevator, we're gonna save. So that's why I said there's no point in saving at the top of the stairs, because we're gonna save anyway here. And then after that, there's going to be 3 humans, and then in the area that we're going to get to, 2 of them have revolvers, so they're actually quite dangerous. The other guy has a shotgun. So the 2 revolver enemies, you definitely want to make sure you kill them. What we're going to do is we're going to distract them, either with the flare or another item. So any of these items will work, so flare to EMP, or any of those will be okay. And then after that, we're going to kill them all with a pipe bomb. You can use a molly if you want, but I'll just use the pipe bomb just to make things easier. It's actually it should be like same either way. Once you get to about here, when you hear the dialogue, just start crouch walking. So there's different patterns that they can have, like their positioning, kind of like on the bottom floor. Gonna light the molly and then throw it at those yellow boxes. The bounce of the flare can be a bit random, but ideally they'll all be clumped together. So they're quite close to each other. So throw a molly in the middle, not a molly, a pipe bomb in the middle. Try and get all of them, but prioritize the revolver enemies. So you see that this guy had a revolver, as well as this lady here. So I aimed for the lady because she was like right in the middle between these 3. If the shotgun guy is still alive after you've thrown the pipe bomb or molly, then just use the revolver to kill him. He shouldn't really do any damage to you, even if he shoots at you. If any of the revolver enemies are alive, then you definitely want to try and kill them quickly. So get the revolver out ASAP. But yeah, hopefully that should take care of the 3 of them. And then come this way. Gonna cut this panel. So that's all the human enemies in this chapter like dealt with. The only other enemy left is the alien on the return. But like I said, we planted that molly and that should take care of him. So just a few mini games now. You want to align this as well. So you get 2 of these of this mini game. It's the first one. And then the second one is on the screen. It will just come up in a second.
Thank God. Ricardo, I found them.
Now you've got to align the dishes to the Torrens position manually.
Check. I'm going outside.
So this part of the mission is quite slow. We're going to do a spacewalk that will take about like 7-8 minutes-ish, I think. There's not really a lot going on then. It'll mostly just be like walking around in space, as you'd imagine a spacewalk would be. But the visuals are quite good, so it's quite pretty outside. So yeah, just wait by this locked door. Ricardo will open that one up as well, and then we're going to use this elevator. I should mention there's also a save point here. We're not going to save just yet. We'll save once we come back after the spacewalk. I mean, there's no harm in saving, but there's no real point either. Also, Ripley doesn't have the reflection, so she's definitely a vampire. Fun fact. Okay, so it's a bit of a walking simulator, but as I said, the visual's pretty cool. Just gonna follow this walkway along. Don't mind the textures kind of bugging out. Okay, once you get to this elevator, I'm gonna take it up. And then we're gonna go down here to dish maintenance, then pull a few levers. It's quite dark here, but you should be able to see the glowing prompt for this this lever. There we go. Okay, then look to your right, and we're gonna do 3 of these ones as well once we can. So that's 1, 2, and number 3. And then look to your left again, there'll be another 2-handed lever to pull. So we're going to do that, then we can get out of here. And then we're going to have to input the Torrance coordinates. So just going up these stairs, then we'll go to the right. Here we go. So if you just hold right, or if you're on PC, then if you hold D on keyboard, and wait for it to get to number 35, which is over there, but yeah, just pay attention to the dial, and then you can just start spamming use once you get to close enough, and then hold right again, and then just wait for it to get to 75. You can start spamming about here. Okay. Now I'm gonna wait by the elevator again.
Torrance, this is Ripley on the station. Are you reading me, Verlaine?
Ripley, what the hell is going on over there?
Bad things, Torrance. There's an alien organism here. It's deadly. We need urgent extraction.
What?
There's no time to explain. Please, Verlaine.
There's nowhere for us to dock, Ripley. The station's tearing free from its gravity mooring. I've seen a towing platform below the spaceflight terminal, but the Torrens umbilical isn't built for it. You'll need to extend the tow platform clamp station side.
Just get into position.
Okay, after that dialogue, can use the elevator again. Gonna take it down and then go back the way we came. It's gonna be a little surprise though. You may already know this. What's about to come up. If not, I'll be sure to point it out. Okay, so once you get to the straight part of this walkway, look up a little bit. And any second now, gonna be meted by a little friend. There we go. So you can't actually kill you when you're here. It's completely safe, but it's cool to see they added that there, just to keep you on your toes. Okay, so we're gonna change out of the spacesuit and then we're gonna save. Make sure you do it in that order, otherwise if you have to reload then you have to take off the spacesuit again. It's a bit slower. So change. Then once you can move again, look to your right. Gonna save. This is gonna be the last save that we take for mission 16, by the way. So any of the saves coming up, well, actually there's only one. It's gonna be at the top of this stairwell. We're not gonna save there. Make sure you do not save there, because we need to be quick here to stay ahead of the alien.
Ricardo, get ready to move. We're leaving.
So just in case, just equip your flamethrower. So what's going to happen is at the top of this elevator, once we go forwards, the alien's going to drop down into the next area, and he's going to like be patrolling around. What we're going to do is we're going to grab his attention, and because we're in this enclosed room where he can't get to us because the door's locked, he's actually going to go up into the vents. So just run forward. This is completely safe, and once he drops down, just hit the glass until he looks at us. Like, it looks dangerous, but it's really safe. This is actually the safest way to deal with this. So he's going to go up into the vents, and this door's going to unlock, and we're just going to run. I promise you, this is completely safe. As long as there's no humans here. So if you killed all the humans, then that's great. You'll be safe to just run here. So like, don't save there. Otherwise he can catch up with you if he drops. Gonna take the elevator down, and then we're just going to keep running. Basically all the way to the elevator to get to mission 17. Just don't stop, don't hesitate for anything. You see the aliens on our left in that vent. He's going to come out of that room to the left, like I said. We're just going to keep running to the right. So listen out here. So you can hear him hiss. He's going to run at us, and he's going to trigger the molly about now. And then we're just going to run down these stairs. You just heard him vent, so he's going to be coming into the vents, into this area, but we're going to stay ahead of him if we keep running. So we're actually okay to just run under all these vents, as long as you don't hesitate. And then just go into this room. It's a little bit of a quicker route. Come down here. Keep going, and then take a right here, and the elevator to mission 17, and that's mission 16 done. Well, welcome to mission 17. So I'm going to pause right here, just to explain a few things. So this is definitely the hardest and most unforgiving mission in the game. So it's possible that you've come to this guide just for this mission. Up to this point in the guide, I've done a bunch of preparation in terms of items. So I've done a lot of looting and crafting. So I've got a bunch of like explosive and destructive items. But if you haven't got any of those, don't worry. I'm going to go through this mission twice. So this time through, I'm going to be showing some really safe and easy strategies, but I'll be using the items that I've saved up throughout the game. The second time through here, and there'll be a timestamp below, I'll be showing strategies for if you've come into this mission with zero fuel, zero items, absolutely nothing. So it's still possible to get through, so don't worry. Yeah, you can still definitely get through, but some of the strategies are going to be a bit more technical or more risky or / less consistent. But yeah, so the way I'm going to do it, it's going to be very consistent for now, and then I'll show the less consistent strategies later, but which will involve a bit of improv on your part. So ideally at this point, you'll have the supplies to kill a Super Joe, so that will be either 1 bolt gun shot or at least 3 shotgun shells. You'll also have 2 explosive items, so that will be mollies or pipe bombs. So you can have 2 of, well, either 2 of each of those or 1 of either of them. So like either 2 mollies, 2 pipe bombs, or 1 of each. Additionally, you'll want 3, no, sorry, not 3. You want 5 items that you can use as distractions. So items that count as those are EMPs, flashbangs, smoke bombs, noisemakers, and flares. You definitely want at least 1 noisemaker / flare, and 1 EMP. Actually, no, the EMP isn't necessary, but you definitely want at least 1 noisemaker or flare, because we'll use that at a specific point. And it's important you have 1 of those. So if you don't have any flares at this point, there is a chance you'll get a flare coming up. Otherwise, you can just use the other strategy that I show later. And if you have additional flamethrower fuel, that's also useful in case things go wrong. But we'll try and deal with things as they come. You also might need to like mix and match between strategies I show now and then strategies that are coming later in the item list run. Anyway, so to start off the chapter, don't save at the save station like in front of us to the right. The game's just auto-saved, so because it's the start of a mission. So you can just load up the mission save, or just the current save will be the mission save as it is. There's going to be a guard coming up to our left. So what we're going to do, we're going to equip the stun baton. We're going to check where he is. He's in a good position here. Alternatively, he can be looking kind of towards us. But you want to make sure that you're out of his line of sight while you're walking towards him. And then we're going to use the stun baton on him. If he sees you, then he will shoot. And that will draw the alien. So we're going to kill him with a stun baton, and that's completely silent, so the alien will not drop. Fine. So yeah, after you've killed him, we can feel free to just walk around normally. You don't need to crouch walk anymore. Some loot spots here, so there can be loot there. Can be loot here as well, and loot here. So I'll just grab the sensor and then get the terminal. The code will be here, 1851. Then come back out of this room and take a right. And we can put the code in here. Can be loot here as well. So hit this keyboard, and then you don't need to save here. There's no real point. Because we're going to save right here. Okay, so what we're going to do here is we're going to reload save, and what that's going to do is it's going to remove the alien from the area for like a few seconds, and during that time we're going to kill a facehugger that's in this next room. So once you reload save, move to the right immediately, pull the lever, take a few steps into the room, and then you can either use the flamethrower or you can just hit it with a maintenance jack. There's a slightly higher chance that he'll drop, that the alien will drop if you use the flamethrower. And I mean, there is like a possibility that he drops the first time, but if you just reload save again and then try it again, then he probably won't drop the second time, even if you use the flamethrower. But I'll just use the maintenance jack. So move right, lever, walk in a few steps, and then kill the hugger. And then you can do some looting in this room as well, but I'm just gonna avoid the loot here. And back out of the room. I should also mention that if you use the maintenance jack on the huggers to kill them, then that will do some damage. So it's about 15%. Okay, at this point, if the alien hasn't dropped, then he's definitely not going to drop unless you've spent ages here and if you make more noise. So you can go back and loot some more. You can check the guard's dead body, or check the side rooms again if you want. I'm just going to do a bit of inventory management. So I'll just craft another Molotov. And you definitely want to make sure that you have, like I said, 5 distractible items. So I've got flares, noisemakers, and EMPs, which are good. Alternatively, you can use some flashbangs and smoke bombs if you have them as well. But I'll stick to these 3. And it's important you have like a variety of stuff because the alien will he'll like get used to as like a certain item if you use it too much. So if I was to use like 5 flares, that wouldn't work. He'll like stop responding to flares after like the 3rd flare, I think. Okay, so if the alien hasn't dropped in the previous area, then he will definitely not drop in this next area. But if he has dropped there, then he'll drop here. So you just want to like wait around for a bit for him to go into the vents if he drops. Otherwise, you can just keep walking. And then come to this elevator.
We're just waiting on you to extend the towing platform clamps. I don't know how you sweet-talked me into this.
Okay, climb up here. Make sure everything's like reloaded and that your inventory is like how you want it to be. Before you save here. It's going to get a bolt gun out because we're going to use that on the Joe. So yeah, as I said, either 1 bolt gun shot or 3 shotgun shells, but we'll save and then deal with that. It might take more than 3 shotgun shells also, like if you don't get clean headshots. Otherwise, also in this area, the alien isn't active here, so you can just run around as much as you want for now. I'm going to use the bolt gun on this guy. Either that or shotgun will be fine. Alternatively, if you have version 3 pipe bombs, like one of those will work as well. Okay, so now we're gonna get a noisemaker or a flare out, and we're gonna go back the way we came. I'm just gonna use a noisemaker because it's a bit easier, or like more consistent. So get the noisemaker out, or flare, and then throw it in this corner, and then we want to be a bit speedy here because otherwise the noisemaker might go out too soon. So throw that in that corner, run through here, keep running, and then when you get to this door, crouch, and just crouch walk through, and then move to the left a bit so the alien doesn't see us. Okay, when the alien goes into the vents to investigate the noisemaker, we can start walking. So just walk to the terminal. So it's important you do this like fairly speedily, so you don't want to waste time here. Back out of the terminal immediately, and then come back this way. Input the code into this thing here, 1984. There should be extra fuel here, but you want to get the keycard definitely. That fuel is like one of the guaranteed fuels. Yeah, fuel spawns in this mission. At least I think it's guaranteed. Okay, so usually he vents around now. So just keep walking. Okay, when you get to here, equip an EMP mine, a flashbang or smoke bomb, or any other item will actually do as well. You want to throw that like into the center of the room. So you see that he's like patrolling over there. Wait for him to go into the vents if he's there. Usually he won't be over there. But yeah, so now he's going to come across and go and investigate that EMP or any other item. If he's dropped, then you don't want to walk here. You want to just stay crouch walking. Cut the panel. Stand up and pull the lever. And then we're going to just walk onwards. Feel free to check the motion tracker every now and then, also. Unless he's like right next to you. Okay, so we're not going to save here, by the way. Just don't save. It's important you get to this vent as quickly as possible. There's another item spot here. He can be in this room, but if he is, just like wait around here and then he will go into the vents. So immediately after you exit this vent, you hit a trigger, which means that the alien can't drop anymore. So we can make as much noise as we want and he won't drop. So we're going to use that to our advantage. So once you come out of the vent, we're going to come over here. I'm going to kill this face hugger, so be careful about him because the boxes can kind of troll you as well. Grab the keycard. You can loot as much as you want as well. Feel free to take your time. We're not going to put the keycard in just yet. I'm going to grab this flamethrower fuel though, but don't put the keycard in. We're going to go back out through the vent. There's more flamethrower fuel here on this table. It's guaranteed. So the last two fuel spots are pretty much guaranteed. And then we can do a bit of backtracking. You can grab these boxes, or these ones, and then just keep going. So it's important you come here because what we're going to do is once you input the keycard over here, the alien's going to come through this door. So we're going to place an explosive in his way, and that's going to trigger him to go into the vents after he hits that. So place either a Molotov or a pipe bomb. Either one will work. Right in front of this locked door. You can also just do a bit more looting here as well. So if you come this way, come around, there's some more items here, potentially some items on this body, or like next to it, and some more boxes as well. And you can even go into the previous area that we were just at. But yeah, that Molotov is quite useful for like taking care of him so that he's not in our way on when we come back this way after we put the keycard in. But yeah, once we place that, we can come back. This mission has a lot of like going back and forth between like that corridor and like the rooms between here. But yeah, once you get here, now we can save. Go through the vent again. Just using the flamethrower for a bit of light. And then put the keycard in, and then he's gonna come through. We're just gonna run run all the way into that room. So put that in. Alien's there. Go through this door. He triggered that Molotov. We're just gonna keep running. Stay running. Go, go, go. Hug like the right of that wall, by the way, because there's a vent over there, and he can be in the vents like waiting for you. Okay, so once you make it to like around here, you've hit another trigger, which means that the alien can't drop anymore. Like, so there's a bunch of these triggers, which are quite useful for us. So what we're going to do is we're going to place another explosive. So I'm going to place a Molotov right over here. So you see there's like some shell casings, or I don't know what they are even. But yeah, they're on the ground next to this like opening. What's going to happen is the alien's going to come through here into this room once we come in. But if we place that Molotov there, then he triggers that on the way in, and that will mean that we can do the next part pretty safely. So we're going to take a save here. And again, so he can't drop at this point because he's scripted to come in through there. So you can feel free to take your time to prepare yourself. What we're going to do is we're going to go straight to that lever. We're going to just run towards it. The alien's going to come through, but don't worry about him. Just don't hesitate to get to that lever. We're going to pull that and then immediately turn right, but don't move the left stick or WASD, because we don't want to move into the alien, because he can kill us if he's touching us while he's retreating to a vent. If you touch him while he's in that like animation of coming into this room, then that's fine. Like that doesn't do anything. But yeah, you just want to commit to this and just run straight to the lever, and then pull that, and then we're going to run all the way around back to the generator in the other room. So like through this whole corridor. There's a very low chance that he'll drop, like a very, very low chance. So if you do it correctly and you just keep running and you don't waste time, then this is really safe. Like this is like one of the safest ways to do this part. So let's do it now. I'm gonna run forward to the lever. So don't hesitate, run. Aliens here. Pull the lever. Don't hit the left stick or WASD. Just look right. Wait for him to run away. And now we're gonna run back out of this room. You can turn the flashlight on. Keep running. And here you want to like be careful of this vent as well, because he can be there. Keep going around. Like I said, he didn't drop. So hit the generator. Okay, and now run back out. We're going to use some items to distract him. So hit this wall, and then crouch walk. Now the alien will drop at some point, so listen out. Okay, I'm gonna use the noisemaker here. So he dropped in that room. So use that noisemaker there. I'm gonna use a flare here as well. So I'm just trying to like make a trail of distractions. So you see he's at the noisemaker, now he's gonna go to the flare. Once you get far enough away, like about here, you can start walking again. And then I'm gonna equip an EMP. I'm gonna throw that like down the corridor before we go into this room. Get the flamethrower out just in case. He's gonna run to that EMP. There we go. Just saw him over there, you can see his tail. And just stay crouch walked. Like I said, flashbangs and smoke bombs should work as well. So feel free to use those if you've got them in your inventory. Once you get to this vent, just equip the motion tracker, just to make sure he's not following us. You can also drop in this vent as well, like right over there you can drop, so just be careful he doesn't do that. And then once you're here, we can get straight to the elevator. And that's mission 17 done. Pretty much. Well, almost. There's just one part of it left. But the alien can't drop in that part, so we're completely safe at this point. Okay. Feel free to save here as well, but you don't really need to. I'm gonna go this way. There can be an item here, by the way, on the floor, and also another item right here, some bulk on ammo. Okay. But yeah, that's random. So once you get down this set of stairs, turn right, and then we can open up this door now. So we were in this area in mission 2 at the start of the game, but we didn't have the ion torch, but now we do, so we can access this room here, which has a bit of loot for us. So, blueprint there, it's not useful, but might as well get it. And there can be flame of fuel here on the ground as well. I think there can be some there also, and some scrap. And a Nostromo log in case you want that. But that's basically it for mission 17. Hope I've shown you it's pretty straightforward if you come into this this mission with the correct items. I say straightforward, it's still quite difficult and might take a bit of practice to get some sections down, or like a few attempts. So yeah, hopefully that's helped. Again, like I said, if you come in with no items, then I'm immediately, instead of going to mission 18, I'm going to be showing you the strategies for this mission without items. So that will be coming up just now, and then after that we'll go to mission 18. But yeah, that's it for this version of mission 17. Let's pause. So this is the run through of mission 17 if you've come in with nothing, so if you have no items. In this mission I'm going to pick up 3 guaranteed flamethrower fuel spawns, but I won't use anything other than that fuel that I pick up. So it should be replicable for you. Aside from that, we'll just use the maintenance track as our like only offensive weapon for killing two-face huggers. Yeah, so at the start, we are going to check where this guard is. So just crouch and peek around this corner. So he's in a good position there. There are different positions he can take, so just want to make sure that we're not in his line of sight. I'm going to avoid him completely. So just move along to the left, hug this wall, and cut this panel. Obviously, if he's looking in this direction, then you don't want to cut this right now. Let's check what he is again. Okay, it's fine. I'm gonna grab its terminal. So I go through a lot of the other loot spawns in the full run through on the other time I do it. So refer to that walkthrough for where the loot is. So you want to make sure that this guard is like not looking at you, so you can peek around corners and use collision to make sure he's not looking. But his movement is random, so you do need to like kind of adapt to what he's doing. So take a safety save here. I should have mentioned, don't save like at the start of the mission, like on that save point. So ideally he'll come into this room and then we're going to save there. So you want it to be in one of the rooms, either this room or the room that he just went into that we opened up at the start. So don't save until he's in one of the rooms, because we want him to be away from us when we kill this next facehugger. So just wait for him to walk back over here. Okay, there he is. Taking his time. Usually he goes into like one of the rooms a lot sooner than this, because he went into the room at the start. He's not cooperating very well right now. As long as he doesn't waste too much time, the alien shouldn't drop.
This place creeped me out even before it all went to shit.
Okay, there we go. He's going into one of the rooms. So wait for him to go in. And the door to close. Now I'm going to save. I'm going to save reload. And immediately go to your right, pull this lever, walk in a few steps, and then hit this hugger. By save reloading, we remove the alien from play for a bit. And since the human is in the side room, he doesn't hear us because the door is locked. Well, not locked, but closed. Keep the tracker out as well, just to make sure he's not coming through the door while we're walking here. Okay, so there we go, he's coming now. Okay. As long as he's looking away, we can safely call the tram. Let's just hide behind this box for now. The alien shouldn't drop still, even though like spent quite a bit of time here. Pretty much got the worst pattern for his movement. Then when it's clear, get into the tram and take it to the next area. Now because the alien didn't drop in that section, he'll be in the vents here, but he won't drop. He might show up on the tracker. Yeah, there he is. As long as we stay walking, it should be fine to get to the elevator.
Torrens to Ripley. Ripley, we're about to move into position for the auto-umbilical dock sequence. We'll be dark on comms until we've matched the decaying orbit of the station and are in position. We're just waiting on you to extend the towing platform clamps. I don't know how you sweet-talked me into this.
Okay, he's at the elevator. Then after you get out, in this area the alien isn't active, so we can make as much noise as we want. So to deal with the superjet we have a strategy, but what I'm going to do that you shouldn't do, so I've got a lot of flamethrower fuel, I'm just going to get rid of it all, just to show you that you don't need any of this. I'm only going to pick up the 75 fuel that will be guaranteed. I think 50 is like completely guaranteed, but the 25 that's in the locker coming up, I'm pretty sure that's like almost always there, but I think I've seen it not be there once or twice. Regardless, it should be there for you if you haven't got any fuel at this point. So we're gonna take a save. Again, don't waste your ammo. I'm just doing it for like just to show you that we don't need any ammo going into this. Right, so to deal with this Joe, just run to this vent to the right, climb in. There are some loot spots here as well, by the way, so we're going to go and check the loot spots. Meanwhile, the Joe is going to be walking by. So there's a spot here as well. So you can loot these items, come back. The Joe will be on our left. Now we can just regular walk from now. The Joe can see us, so he has seen us now, but he'll lose us when we get to the next room. So just stay walking, don't run. Okay, now the alien's gonna come. When he drops and he hits the floor, crouch. So yeah, when he hits the floor you want to crouch. And then his movement here is random, so you need to kind of adapt to where he's going and just stay out of his line of sight. Make sure you peek to see where he's facing as well, but like don't stay peeking for too long. So you want to move forward as much as possible. So like the closer you get to that vent over there, the higher the chance of him venting. And like this area over here is very safe. Like he has a hard time seeing you here if you're like close to where this decal thing is. So he's just vented now. We're free to walk while he's in the vents, and it's actually important that you do walk, so that we can speed this up. Fine. So after you get that terminal, I'm gonna walk back. So he can drop at any point now. So just use the tables as cover. The tables and chairs. This is an early drop, so hopefully it doesn't cause us trouble on the way out. But yeah, this bit is kind of random as well. You just need to kind of listen out for when he's dropping. So 1984 is the code. I'm gonna grab the key card and I'll grab the extra fuel here as well. So you should get 25 fuel guaranteed. And then we're gonna insert the key card. If he hasn't dropped yet, he could drop at any point now. So I'm just gonna make sure that he is not close by, and then we're gonna use that radio. If he's close by, then he will drop because of that radio. So make sure he's just not close by. So he's on the other side of this area. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna draw him here. So we're gonna hit that a few times, and then when you see him on the tracker, like move quickly in this direction, there. You want to crouch walk, and then come through. and then stay crouch walked. So he's going to go investigate that noise, and then he'll go to the radio. Meanwhile, we're just going to be crouch walking to this lever. Stand up and cut the panel. Okay, and then after that, pull the lever, and then just stay walking. And it's important you don't save just yet, so go straight for this vent. Just keep going. We want to get to this vent as soon as possible. And then just come through. And then once you're through the vent, he can't drop anymore. So he can be in this room, but if he is, just wait, like, and he'll vent, like, pretty quickly. So, now that we're here, and we've come out of this vent, we can make as much noise as possible and he won't drop. So what we're going to do, we're going to kill the hugger. I'm going to use the maintenance jack so we save some fuel. Grab the key card. You can do any looting you want. Take as much time as you need. Don't put the key card in yet. It's important we don't do that. We're going to go and do a bunch of stuff and then save and then come back and then we'll put the key card in. But just to show you, there's fuel here as well. So this is guaranteed, 25 fuel. So now we have 50. I'm going to go back out through this vent. Keep going. And once you come out the other side, if you go to this table, there's another 25 here. So grab that fuel. Now we can backtrack and do a bunch more looting if you want. So there's boxes there. If you're lucky, then they'll have a flamethrower spawn as well. If you're low, then it's more likely. Boxes there. And remember, the alien can't drop right now, so feel free to run. If you come back this way, you can even go into the previous area and do some extra looting there if you think you've missed something. Otherwise, you can come around here and check here for any fuel, or on this body. There could be some like on the ground as well. And there's a box there. But yeah, we're just gonna go with the 75 fuel that we picked up because that's guaranteed fuel that you'll always get. Except for the lever fuel, I'm not entirely sure about that one, but the other two spawns are set. Sorry, not lever, I mean the locker. Anyway, so yeah, once you come back here, we're going to save. Come back through the vent. You can see on the gauge on the flamethrower that like it's pretty low, but we still do have some. So we're going to use this fuel coming up. So immediately after you get out of the vent, we can insert the key card. The alien's going to come through here. We're going to just crouch walk away. So yeah, crouch, come through. You want to go through this room as soon as possible, like as quickly as you can, but just remain crouch walking. And listen out for the alien's footsteps. Okay, wait around this corner. Yeah, there we go. So the alien's here. So he can do a few different patterns. So he can either walk up to like here and then turn back, or you can walk up like a bit more in the center and then turn back, or he can just like vent straight away. So just stay around that corner and just even if he comes close, he will probably turn back. Once you get to around here, he can't drop anymore, so he's forced into the vents again. So you can make as much noise as you want now. We're gonna take another save. So this next part is the dangerous part. Everything up to now has been a bit of RNG, but fairly straightforward. This next part is kind of technical. So what we're gonna do is the alien's gonna come through through like that opening into this room. We're going to run forward, and we're gonna flame him, and then immediately go to the lever and pull that. It's important you don't hesitate. You really need to commit to this and just go, go, go. Because it's important that you stick to the timing. Otherwise, he'll drop when you're like returning, like through this area. So you really just need to commit and try and like replicate what I'm doing. But this is definitely a safe way to get to the generator. It's a very low chance that he will drop like when you're getting to the generator if you do it this way. So yeah, I've got 75 fuel. Gonna use it here. Hopefully this works. It should do. But yeah, so I'll just show it now. So just run through, stop here. Alien's gonna come, flame him, go to the lever, pull that, and then run. And you can use the flashlight as well. Stay running. He won't drop, like 95% of the time. Just keep going. I'm trying to avoid this vent as well. Oh, flashlight ran out. Keep going. And then do the generator. This next bit can be a bit random as well, but try and do this as well. So run straight out of here, hit this sign, and then crouch, and then just walk. Crouch walk. And now listen out for where the alien drops. Okay, so he dropped in the room that we've made noise, which is good. We want him to stay in that room while we're going through here. So if you hear footsteps like directly behind you, then he might be coming your way. Should be bad, obviously. Okay, so just check through the window to see if he's in the room. He can see us through the window, so we want to be careful not to stay in his line of sight. So he's there. It's fine. Just keep crouch walking through. If he is far enough away, you can start regular walking. So I think at this point it should be good to regular walk. I'd recommend not saving here, just because it can give him a chance to catch up. Then come through here into the vent. Okay, so I just heard him vent, so I'm just gonna get the tracker out. He can drop in this vent as well, but you have to be really unlucky for that to happen. And then once you're here, you can run to the elevator and we're home free. I should also mention that we used the maintenance track to and you can save at this point now if you want. So yeah, we used the maintenance track to kill some huggers. That does do some damage to us, so if we do it there. If you do die, then you have to heal, otherwise you have to use some fuel. And then definitely once you come down the stairs, turn right and then come to this door here. I'm gonna cut this panel. Pull this lever. And in this room, there should be some extra fuel, so that'll be useful for mission 18. Okay, it's only 25, but it's better than nothing. It will still be good to at least threaten the alien, and there'll be some more fuel in the next mission anyway. You can grab the EMP version 3 as well. It's definitely really useful. Anyway. So yeah, once you've looted that room, just do a bit of inventory management, make sure your flamethrower is reloaded, and then come back over this way. Then cut this panel. There can be loot here as well, so check there. And then take the elevator to mission 18. Time for mission 18. You don't need to save here, but you can if you want to. It does auto-save by default.
Can you hear me? Are you close enough for radio contact? I'm here.
So we're gonna make our way to 2 hack places. So you come around here to the right. There's 1 hack here. There's some slots you can do here as well, so some boxes around. Keep your eyes peeled. Once you do that hack, go into the vent, then come back around, and then see where the wires are going off to the right. You want to go here. And drop down, and then pull this lever. Go back up here, and then follow the wires. Then the vent opens up here. And now we can do this hack. So at the start, there's no aliens in this area. At this point, there will be 1 alien patrolling around in the vents. But then when we get to the upstairs area, and then when we start to come back down, there'll be a 2nd alien. So there'll be multiple aliens here. This is like one of the only places in the game where there are. Also, this Joe, make sure you're looking at him as you move away, and then when you're out of range, out of his grab range, then you can go to the terminal. Go to utility, and then initialize the docking clamp. Go back this way, and look at that Joe, and then make sure you're looking at him as you walk away. You can save now as well if you want, but we're going to save in a bit anyway. So now we're going to go upstairs. So there are multiple ways of dealing with the aliens that are here in this section. The way I'll show will not use any items, so if you come into this area with nothing, then it should still be doable. And it's still quite safe as well, so don't worry about it at all. We're not going to save just yet, we'll save just before going out. So there's some guaranteed flame of fuel there as well, that we can do this guy as well. So a few boxes in this room you might want to loot. I'm just going to ignore them for now.
Wait, I think I can use the maintenance rig instead.
Again, utility and then extend the maintenance rig. Okay, so at this point there'll be an alien downstairs, and then there'll be 1 that will drop once you go out that door. I'm going to save now. We're going to use the maintenance jack to make noise at certain spots. If you have like items like explosives or any like noisemakers or flashbangs, then you can like kind of adapt this to make it a little bit easier. But the way I'm going to show is quite safe. So at the start, we're going to crouch walk over here. The door will open and the alien will drop down. You see that the alien will continue forward. And then when you see it, you can't see it anymore. Hit that a few times, and then come around this way. The aliens are going to go off and investigate the noise. So we're going to go down here. Stay crouch walked. And then when you come over here, you see the pillar over there. You want to come here and then hit this. and then start moving. Don't dilly-dally around because that alien is coming this way. And now we want to open the door, but don't come in view of the door because this alien's going to come through here. Come round. If you're too close to the center, then the alien can't see you. Okay, when you come here, hit this a few times, and that will draw the aliens here. So they'll be coming around. So yeah, the two aliens are now there. We're just gonna stay crouch walking. Keep going. If you do walk here, they will hear you, so you have to get kind of out of range. Once you're about here, you can walk. I'm not going to save because you don't need to. It will auto save in the next area. But that's that area done. It's pretty straightforward. As I said, you can use like other items if you want to, but there isn't really any need. Like all you need is the maintenance track. It's also important that the second thing that we hit, it's important you hit that on that side, because otherwise if you hit it on the other side or like anywhere else, then the alien that was up top that's going to come down and investigate that noise, he might see you as you're crouch walking into the next area, through the cubby hole. Also, during this like whole cinematic, you definitely don't want to move at all, so don't hit the left stick or WASD.
Fuck!
Just take your hand off the keyboard or controller. The reason for that is that you actually can move while you're in that cinematic, and like the game will like treat your character model as moving. And if you get close enough to that that egg, then you'll trigger that, and yeah, that's not good. There can be loot here. You can shoot this egg with flamer fuel. So I've got a ton of fuel, but you don't have to actually shoot that egg if you just run past it into the cubby hole. Like if you just like run this way and then duck through, then that will cancel that hugger out, so he won't be there. You can also look around here. There can be some items like on this table, on this as well. So ideally you want to use flamer fuel here, so the fuel that we collected upstairs and in the loot room in the end of mission 17, that should be useful. You want to use short bursts as well if you can, and try not to waste as much as possible. I kind of wasted a hit there, but I've got a ton of fuel, so it's okay. But if you're running low on fuel, then you want to be a bit conservative and consider using the shotgun or revolver if you can. Yeah, so there's two that spawn here. Once you get over there, there'll be one that spawns behind. You can hear it screech there. So just turn around, grab that one, and come through here. There'll be another one that we have to flame or like shoot coming up. When you hear it screech, just pull out the flamethrower. There we go. Back up a bit, because if you go forward, then you can hit like an invisible wall and that can block your shot. So just back up a bit before shooting this one. And then just continue forward, and we're gonna get meted by a little jump scare in a second. So just stay where you are. Don't move forward at all. You can move back a bit if you want, but you don't need to. As long as you're not too close to the alien, you should be fine. Well, the aliens. So that one will always up vent, and then this one you can just follow, and then when he up vents, you can start walking again. Okay, come through this door, and then over here. Okay, crouch through that little hole. And then there can be fuel like lying around here. And go down the ladder. We only need like a little bit of fuel for the next bit. It can be fueled there as well, or on these. I'll just grab that there, because why not? And then come here, you see the game auto saves, and then just wait for the tram to go by. And then we can go forward.
Just let me make it through here.
We can run here as well, actually, because there's no aliens active. Okay, once you come over here, once you get here, just crouch and wait for that tram to go past.
Too close.
Okay. And then go forward and then to the right. And then once you get to the ladder, climb up, and another jump scare. Climb up again. And then look to the right. And then we're going to come through the maintenance office. So duck down here. It can be fuel here on this table. So grab that and make sure you reload it before you come to this vent. The game's going to autosave here as well. So you can see on the top right. So there'll be two huggers in this vent. There's two ways you can go through it. You can either go straight forward or you can go off to the right. If you go forward, then there'll be one in front of you and then one will come behind, so it's a bit awkward. If you go to the right, they'll both be in front of you, so I recommend going to the right. So you can hear them screech, so go off to the right. And get your flashlight out as well. Flame one, back up a bit. Flame the other. Or you could use the shotgun or revolver as well. But you can't use the maintenance jack when you're in these little vents. So you have to use a gun. If you don't have any ammo at all, then it's pretty much a soft lock. So you do have to, like, you would have to start from like a previous save if you don't have anything. But yeah, so you can climb this. If you hold forward and like keep forward held, then just drop automatically. Okay, here you want to be quick because there's a hugger in this sec. So just climb up ASAP. That will be sorted. And then here you're taking smoke damage, so you want to like move as quickly as possible. Just keep running through the room. Don't save. Just run straight to the changing room. And then change here. Okay, so after you put that on, pretty much in the home stretch. Just a small spacewalk, and then mission 19. '19 being the longest mission, of course. That was sarcasm, in case it wasn't obvious. Okay, so this way and then up the stairs. Take a right here, and then we're going to hit the button to activate this trap. see the station's not really doing too well. Kind of collapsing in on itself. Okay, climb up. And yeah, it's not just you, everything is on a tilt. Pretty sure the whole mission is like that, where like everything's a bit lopsided. Right, so here we just need to pull a few levers and use a few key cards. So lever here, grab the key card and then use it there. Pull back up, and then on this side we just need to do the same thing. Keycard and use it there. Okay, and now we just have the blast pins left. That's the top set done, and then it's these two left. There is actually a glitch you can do that will let you activate 2 pins at once, but I won't do it here because this is meant to be glitchless. And that's the last one. And now we're in animation. And that's it for mission 18. Just be this little cinematic and then a cutscene.
Verlaine, I'm on my
So
way up to the bridge.
that was the game. Just one last mission to go. Just walking through the spot of the Torrens, then a few QTs coming up. So hit the button on the left,
Verlaine?
and then jump scare. It is better with music on, I will say. Just hold backwards, and then the game's going to ask you to look left now, and then look right, and then hit the use button, and that's alienization completed. So I hope you found this guide useful. I know it's quite long and can be quite technical in spots, but I've tried to make it accessible as possible. Any feedback or questions in the comments would be highly appreciated. Shout out to Rachel Monster for making the thumbnail for the video as well. And as I said somewhere in the guide, the Aliens AI systems are really cool. So I've linked a video by the YouTube channel AI in Games, which takes a deep dive into how the alien in this game works. Lastly, thank you for watching, and good luck on your own nightmare adventures.